Bonjour. Ladies, gentlemen, I don't want to keep you waiting more, so I want to give a very warm welcome to all of you, whether you're in Paris or elsewhere online. Welcome to the Biden administration and Strategic Rivalries conference. We'll be analyzing the consequences for Europe. I know it was a bit of a challenge to organize this event on November 8th, because it's the very day of the midterm elections in the US, but we're very proud that we managed to pull it off, and I'm very happy and proud that we can host this event at the École Militaire, which is the War College campus, and houses many other military institutions. So welcome this morning here or virtually. This event is coming at a very interesting time for the US and for transatlantic relations. And by this, I am, of course, not just referring to the election taking place today, because we know many events in the past month have made it crucial to sit down, take stock, and reflect. And at the Research Institute IRSEM, rather than running after the news, we believe in in-depth analysis based on academic research, bringing on the methodology of political sciences, economics, sociology, law, and aerial studies, which makes our work very close to that of an academic research lab, while being also very connected to policy-driven analysis, as our affiliation to the Ministry of Armed Forces of France supposes. So this hybridity of purposes and posture is reflected in our partners today and in the variety of people among the audience. So I want to salute you all. It's been a very trying year for many. I think the fashionable term for a while has been unprecedented. I would call it nerve-wracking and also quite sad. I believe that for Europeans, there is a sense of enhanced gravity when we'll deal with these international relations and strategic topics, because we know that they are not abstract ideas or concepts, but they can have a direct, painful, concrete impact on people on the ground, not so far away in Ukraine. So I'm glad we can take time to reflect in a very unbiased and I would say clear-eyed way on all this. This symposium, Biden administration and strategic rivalries, what consequences for Europe, aims to examine America's strategic stakes in times of crisis and their impact for Europe and European partners. The war being waged against Ukraine and the reinforcement of great power competition with a more explicitly revisionist Russia and China on multiple theaters questions the resilience of US influence and power. And as midterm elections and domestic policies in the US are under scrutiny, the conference will consider the priorities and the options on the table for the Biden administration and the US Congress beyond 2022, while considering how the upcoming elections might trigger a rollback of the current administration's policies. We'll wonder if the war against Ukraine is a game changer and to what extent the US may be pivoting back to Europe again, and how the war has changed the playbook of the main actors when they deal with Russia or when it comes to transatlantic relations. Has the US still the means, the resources to have a global grand strategy? And if not, what to expect from a US grand strategy that would focus on the Asia-Pacific area, and what would it mean from a European point of view and for Europeans? The morning panels will try to provide a first assessment of the Biden administration foreign policy choices while focusing on the sustainability of aid and of military support to Ukraine and Europe in the long run. The debates will examine the US posture, that of NATO and the EU, to counter the Russian threat. The afternoon panels, and I hope you will stay for the afternoon panels, will analyze American and European strategies and views with respect to the Indo-Pacific region by comparing the visions that the US and the EU seek to promote there in terms of diplomacy, influence, military strategy, trade and technology, and also environmental issues. And we'll explore first the US-China strategic rivalry in the region and the main issues at stake and the expectations of the US towards Asian partners, and the opportunities for Europeans to further engage in the region. To achieve all this and to make this event possible, we're very proud to have worked hard with highly esteemed colleagues from both sides of the Atlantic, academics, policymakers, coming from the world of academia and think tanks. Merci beaucoup à Paris Nanterre Université, la FRS, the American Enterprise Institute, the German Marshall Fund, La Sorbonne Université, Boston University, the American Catholic University. I want to thank in particular our partners for this event, La Sorbonne Université, Jean-Baptiste Velu, the German Marshall Fund of the US and its Deputy Director, Martin Quincé, as well as her chairman, the first one, Frédéric Hurtebise, and later, Antoine Bondaz. And of course, we couldn't be in this room, either the real room or the virtual room, without the hard work of our team and my colleagues, Dusan Bolzacar, Marco Barou, Marie Fautrade, and last but not least, I want to give a very special tip of the hat to Dr. Maud Kessar, the head of the Euro-Atlantic and Russia Research Unit at IRSEM. I am truly impressed by the dedication and the strength you put in this event and in putting it together, so thank you very much. And I wish you very fruitful exchanges, and thank you very much for coming to IRSEM for this event. So I'll pass the floor to Mr. Hurtebise for the first panel on the US politics and US grant strategy in the Biden administration. Thank you very much, Mr. Hurtebise.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. So today is today's midterm elections in the United States, and the first panel will try to bridge the gap between the domestic dimension of the election and, of course, its consequences on American foreign policy. In the age of Biden, we're very pleased to have three remarkable panelists here. We have Gary Schmidt here, who is a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute in Washington, D.C., where he studies issues related to the American presidency and national security. He has been with us for a long time now. He knows well IRSEM. He was also a former minority staff director of the U.S. Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, and as such, he has come to know pretty well the current president, Joe Biden, known personally. Dr. Schmidt was also executive director of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board, and before joining the American Enterprise Institute, he was executive director of the Project for the New American Century. He has published many books. It would be too long, perhaps, to mention all of them, but the last one is A Hard Look at Hard Power, Assessing the Defense Capabilities of Key U.S. Allies and Security Partners. On my right, we have Maya Kandel, who has a PhD from Sciences Po Paris. She also studied at Columbia University. She is now an associate researcher at the Université Sorbonne Nouvelle. From 2021 to 2022, she was a senior fellow and director of Institut Montaigne's United States program. She also was, for 5 years, from 2011 to 2016, where she headed the US program at the IRSEM here. And we also have Pierre Bourgois, who's a lecturer in political science at the Catholic University in Angers in the west of France, where I also live, by the way, and a member of the Strategy, State, and Peace Research team. He defended his thesis or his dissertation in 2018 on Fukuyama, and the title was Is He One of Them? Francis Fukuyama and American Neoconservatism. He is an associate researcher here at IRSEM, at the Montesquieu Research Institute in Bordeaux, and also at the Center for Global Peace and Conflict Studies at the University of California at Irvine. So we're very pleased to have our three panelists today to discuss U.S. politics and U.S. grand strategy in the age of Biden. So just a few words about what's at stake in the election today in the United States. It is mostly, of course, the congressional elections, so 435 seats in the Congress, 100 seats in the Senate. Only 35 of those 100 seats are up for grabs, as Americans say. The current makeup of the Congress or the House is that the Democrats have a slight majority in Congress. They have 220 seats as opposed to 212 seats for the Republicans. It should be noted that although Biden won the election 2 years ago, the Democrats actually lost about 10 seats in Congress. And so from day one, the majority, Biden's majority in Congress was quite slim. Now, out of those 435 seats, about 80, 90 seats are regarded as competitive, which means that, yes, there's a true match at play here. They're not clearly Democratic or Republican. In the Senate, the makeup today is, as you probably know, is a 50-50 division with nonetheless a Democratic majority because Kamala Harris, as Vice President, is President of the Senate. And therefore she can cast what's called the tie-breaking vote and therefore give a majority to the Democrats in the Senate. Now, as I said, out of those 100 seats, only 35 seats in the Senate are up for grabs, and about 45 are regarded as truly competitive. So some of the key issues in the United States have been the economy by far, and which is not playing very well for the Democrats. Inflation, the prices of gas. Another issue has been public safety, immigration, or also abortion rights, although to a lesser extent. It is expected that the Democrats will lose seats and the majority in the House, although, of course, no one knows for sure now. But as long as polls have existed, no sitting president with a negative approval rating has kept his or her majority in Congress. Now, Biden wanted to bring reconciliation after the bitter division and polarization that culminated during Trump's presidency. But the midterm election campaigns are showing that the United States is more divided, or as divided and as polarized as it was during the Trump presidency. In 2018, Maud Kessar, Frédéric Gagnon, and myself organized a conference here at IRSEM, and one of the edited volumes that came out of the conference was a collection of essays, of articles that was called The Disunited States of America. It was in French, but that's how you translate it. And looking at the American political scene today, I believe we could still give that essay or next essay a similar title. But we're here today to discuss foreign policy and security issues. We'll try to have a retrospective look at Biden after 2 years in the White House, and we'll try to see to what extent U.S. foreign policy could be affected by a change of majority in the Congress. So, Maya, how would you briefly define the Biden administration's foreign policy? And how would you assess Joe Biden's foreign policy after 2 years in the White House?
Thank you, Frédéric. Just a short note to say how happy I am always to be back at IRSEM and École Militaire, and a special thank you to Maud Kessar for putting this together and inviting me. So I thought you were going to ask me about grand strategy, and I was going to be able to criticize the concept, but we'll go directly to defining Biden's foreign policy. So if I had to define it in one sentence...
But you can also talk about the Biden grand strategy.
No, I didn't want to talk about that.
That's what I know.
No, I mean, if there is a Biden grand strategy in one sentence, I would say it is to beat China in the technological competition mostly, but also a little bit more widely in the world. But no, I just wanted to maybe say a few words, because this administration arrived in power with a number of slogans for its foreign policy, and I think it's interesting to recall them, and maybe then afterwards in the talk I'll talk about it more, how they blended up in the national security strategy. But if you remember, there was the foreign policy for the middle class, There was, of course, competition with China, but then there was also this idea that climate change is an existential threat. So, you know, something existential, you might want to tackle it in your foreign policy. And then, of course, there was Biden's own favorite slogan, which was democracy versus autocracy in terms of framing of the vision for foreign policy. And you know, obviously some of these slogans contradict each other. Some don't say much about concrete foreign policy. But I think the NSS actually clarified some contradictions and did give some prioritization, but I'll talk about that later. Regarding the assessment, very briefly, I think we all saw this administration arriving with a very experimented president in foreign policy, a very competent team. But then, of course, the first thing, you know, the first major foreign policy output was the disastrous Afghan pullout during the summer of 2021. But that being said, oh, and also this, you know, we're French and we're in France, so AUKUS obviously was not considered here as a success in terms of diplomacy. But I think, and I'll talk about it more later, but I think the Ukraine war actually reversed the image. And not only image, the Biden team has been very competent dealing with Russia's invasion of Ukraine and what's been happening since, putting into practice a number of principles that they had been building in the first year of foreign policy. And the one blank space, but I think Jean-Baptiste really will talk about it this afternoon, but I would say is the blank is on trade policy, because there really is none, or there is one defined by a negative, which is no more free trade agreements. And I'll leave it at that.
All right, thank you. Now, Pierre, yeah, what continuity and between the Trump administration and the current administration? Where do you see continuities and where do you see clear changes?
Thank you, Frederic. I will say it's also a pleasure for me to be here, to be back to the IRSEM, since I was a postdoctoral researcher here 2 years ago, and also to be part of this panel, especially to be sit next to Gary, that I interviewed you 6 months ago, I would say. Yep. Yeah. So I will talk about that later, but so I will try to be very brief, since I will mention some of these aspects in my presentation just later. I will say that when we talk about the Biden strategy and the Biden foreign policy in general, we have to distinguish the vision and the actions. If we pay attention to his vision, I clearly see a big change, of course, between Biden and his predecessor, namely Donald Trump. Why? For many reasons. Of course, the way that he talks about democracy promotion in general, the way that he talks about human rights, the way that he talks about the liberal order, generally speaking, the fact that he's trying to be, or trying to say that he wants to be non-indulgent towards non-democratic regimes. He says that he wants to defend traditional alliances, generally speaking, and the NATO in particular. And he says that he wants to defend the US leadership, once again, generally speaking. So I see many similarities between Biden and Obama, but of course many differences between Biden and Trump. I would say that we also have some similarities between Biden and George W. Bush. And also, we can continue between Biden and Clinton. Why not? So does that mean that Biden is finally a traditional US president? That is to say that maybe Trump was not a traditional US president? I would say yes, in theory, since of course Trump was definitely a singular president, the way that he talked about democracy promotion, the way that he talked about human rights, about liberal order, once again, generally speaking, but not in practice. I would say that in practice, things are a little different, And finally, if we pay attention in details to what is happening, I would say that Biden does have more similarities than differences in comparison to Trump. Of course, we have many differences between Biden and Trump in practice. I don't want to deny them. We can once again mention democracy promotion. The way that Biden is acting is definitely different than Trump. The way that he's acting to defend human rights. We have one example, the way that he's acting in Ukraine to support the Ukrainian people. Are we sure that Trump would have acted in the same way than Biden? And also about, for example, we can mention the Green Deal, the way that he is defending in practice, I'm talking in practice, traditional alliances, and once again, NATO, for example. But finally, I would say that I see more similarities in practice. Of course, the main example that we can mention is what happened in Afghanistan. Finally, he decided to continue what Trump decided to do. He could have acted in a different way, and he didn't. So I would say it's an important similarity. And we can also mention Ukraine, because finally, even if he's supporting the Ukrainian people, he decided not to intervene. It's easy to understand why, but he explicitly said he will not send any US troops in Ukraine. So it reminds me a little, of course, maybe what Trump would have done, but also what Obama did in the case of Syria, when you talk about red lines, and finally he didn't intervene. So I will stop there because I will mention these aspects later, but I would say that I see finally many similarities. So does that mean that he can't reach his goals in foreign policy? Or does that mean that that I would say the world definitely changed? And maybe it's just the fact that finally the US, the position of the US in the world order is changing. And it's an open question.
Thank you. And Gary, how will today's midterm elections, in your view, affect American foreign policy? And beyond that, is there a true difference between a Republican, would a Republican Congress make it any difference in foreign policy compared with a, Democratic Congress? Where do the Democrats and the Republicans align, and where do they differ?
Okay. So I'm going to back into those substantive questions, but first I want to sort of lay out what I think is likely to happen in the elections, because I think that's important to understand what the implications are going to be for foreign policy and national security. So I'm going to do a little bit of prediction, which I should caveat by letting you know that my predictions are usually pretty bad. If you ever looked at my stock portfolio, if you had done the exact opposite of what I've done, you'd be very rich. My brother was a stockbroker, and he did nothing but laugh at me whenever he looked at what I was buying and selling. So, as a matter of fact, speaking of the German Marshall Fund, the last time I got something on really right when it came to the elections was in 2004, where in front of a German audience, that was a German Marshall Fund conference, and I predicted exactly what the total the percentages would be for the Bush-Kerry presidential race. I got it right, but then I never got invited back by the German Marshall Fund to do any more predictions. So anyway, look, polling. Polling in the U.S. is not nearly the art that it once was. The ability to sort of pick races has gone down fairly dramatically over the last decade plus. Partially, that's the reason for that is because you have a situation in which somewhere between 80 and 85% of the American population knows going in what they're going to do voting. Either vote for the Democrats or vote for the Republicans. So there's a 20% that's sort of out there to be gained by both parties. But what's interesting about that 20% is, for polling purposes, is a lot of the people that are in this 20% don't respond anymore to polls. So there's a kind of a unpredictability of volatility to polling that's resulted in the inability to really predict races as it once was. The second thing is we've also seen in recent years ticket splitting. So as was mentioned, even though Biden won the presidency, he didn't have the traditional pull for the Democrats for Congress or in state legislatures and state governors. And the result was that actually the Democrats again lost 15 members in the House, which is quite unusual for a president to win an election and lose folks in the Congress. But what that meant, of course, was that people weren't so much voting for Biden as voting against Trump, and then they were voting for Republicans for policy reasons below. And we're seeing ticket splitting again this time around. And the most obvious cases are in the Senate races, the contested Senate races in Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. In each of these cases, the Republican senator or his candidate for Senate is doing much more poorly than the Republican running for governor. So, for example, in Georgia, the Republican governor running for re-election is polling about 10 points ahead of his Democratic rival, whereas the candidate for Senate, Herschel Walker, is in either dead heat or slightly behind the Democratic candidate. And that's true in Ohio and Pennsylvania as well. So you have an obvious case where people who normally might vote Republican are now not so certain that they want the Republican candidate for Senate, but are willing to vote for a Republican as governor. So again, ticket splitting has made predicting a little bit more difficult. That said, polling still is useful. It's useful in the broadest sense in identifying trends. So, for example, in the spring, it was clear that Republicans were on the upswing when it came to upcoming elections. Over the summer, that declined as a result of a Supreme Court case having to do with abortions. And most recently, the Republican trend line has gone way up, and it looks like it's going to stay that way for today. Trend line also for Democrats. Pollsters have noted that the enthusiasm gap among women and among minorities, and also enthusiasm having to do with turnout, has suggested that the Democrats are in decline. The rate at which early voting suggests that the Democrats aren't doing as well with African Americans and Latinos and women as they once hoped. So trend line is what it is. So what's driving all this? Well, as Bill Clinton once said, it's the economy, stupid. We can talk later about the question about abortion, but it doesn't seem to have the legs that people thought it might have. And if you looked at the last few weeks of the Biden campaign for the congressional races, he's making a big deal, pushing the idea that this is not an election about referendum on his policies, but about the state of the country and going forward. Obviously, there's some truth to that. There's some important, there are people that are running for election, running for office that are Republican, that are election deniers, and it's a real problem. On the other hand, the reason why the White House is pushing this line is also because when they looked at their internal polling, it showed that, in fact, talking about policies was not in their favor. They know perfectly well that the issue of immigration, the border, and the economy is not something they can play to. And hence, one reason why in these last few days Biden has taken the tact that he has is precisely because he's trying to regenerate the base and get turnout for the Democrats higher. So in some respects, it's an important theme for that he's putting forward. At the same time, it also reflects the fact that they know that in terms of policy, they're in trouble. So what does all that add up to? Well, in the case of the Senate, it's more than likely that it will be Republican. It's close, but it more than likely will turn to the R's. In the House, it's a virtual Senate. It's a virtual certainty that the Republicans will take the House. They only need, as was mentioned before, they only need 5 seats to swing into the majority. And the reality is, historically, it's usually somewhere between 20 and 30 seats that switch in these midterm elections. So it'd be a huge surprise if the Republicans didn't take the House. So bottom line is, in the next year, next 2 years, you'll see a Republican Congress with control of both the House and the Senate. I can stop there, or I can talk about the policy implications now, or I can wait.
Okay, maybe
Wait.
yes.
Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you for your answers. Now, Maya, you talked at first about. I mean, you talked about the Biden foreign policy. More precisely, what have been the consequences of the Russian war in Ukraine on the U.S. strategic debate?
Oh, thank you, Frederic. And I will make more a series of points than a real presentation, just to keep it short, as I was instructed. So basically, I wanted to make 4 large points. One on U.S.-Russia, that's going to be rather brief. On NATO and integrated deterrence, on China and Taiwan, and on difficulties ahead for Europeans and for the U.S. And it's also a way for me to talk a little more about the national security strategy, and also the national defense strategy was released, but rather more on the national security strategy, which was, as you know, it's the most important strategic document of a new administration, and it was delayed, as the other strategies, because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And I think the NSS at least shows how the war has served as a theory of the case for several of the central tenets of Biden foreign policy, especially the various slogans that I mentioned earlier. And it's at the same time ordering priorities and putting them, showing how you put them into practice. And also, most important points, I think, because there were many questions, and still are in a sense in Europe, but there were many questions during the spring following the Russian invasion. I think the one thing they illustrate is that Biden never discarded his conviction that Chinese expansionism in Asia poses the greatest threat to the U.S. And this comes out, China as the major priority really is confirmed and comes out in both documents. On U.S.-Russia, it's rather brief because I think what we've seen is another failure at trying to reset or stabilize was the word this time. In June or July of 2021, Biden had a summit with Putin in Geneva. The argumentation of the White House was that the idea was to stabilize the relationship. Mostly it was about satisfying Putin's quest for respect and status, hoping that it would keep his troops within Russia, which obviously didn't work. So now to my little abrupt, but I want to go to my second point on NATO. And I mentioned NATO's difficult exit from Afghanistan, but I think the war in Ukraine really made the alliance rediscover its original mission, the territorial defense of Europe and containment of an expansionist Russia. And one key difference is that this time NATO is, or is coordinating already or will coordinate more closely on certain aspects with Asian partners following the bloc's designation of China as an adversary. That was in the NATO summit in Madrid. And more broadly, I think the war is really a confirmation of the importance and centrality of NATO, of the NATO alliance in U.S. foreign policy when Trump is not the president, but also for Europeans. And it was also illustration of, or put into practice the complementarity between the EU and NATO. Because there is, as we all know, a very important economic side to what is happening now, and basically the economic side needs the EU for basically the sanctions and aspect. And it was good that the Biden team led the groundwork in 2021 with the EU and with Brussels, establishing a good relationship, a working relationship between the White House and Ursula von der Leyen's office. And NATO relevance, as I said, was also justified by confirmed, by Europeans primarily, and the alliance itself has even gained two new members. Though I know I had some conversation in Washington that actually contest this relation between the two new members and the alliance solidity, but that maybe we can talk about it in the discussion. Another consequence I alluded to was to illustrate or put into practice what had seemed like a vain slogan, another one, integrated deterrence, but we really see more interaction between Asian and European allies. And a side effect, I think it's important to mention it here as well, is that for Americans, the war in Ukraine has confirmed that European strategic autonomy, which sounded like an empty concept, was actually just that. I'm being short and maybe a bit provocative, but we can discuss, of course. Another third point, another big consequence, I think, has been the reappraisal in Washington of the China-Russia partnership. So it's not an alliance, so as we know, but it's a strong international partnership. It was declared without limits by both Putin and Xi just weeks before the Russia invasion. And I think that's one impact that you see of the war on the strategic debate and on the NSS, the U.S. national strategy, is that the U.S. now faces two rivals, both authoritarian, both nuclear powers, and both willing to ignore the sovereignty of a smaller neighbor. And more importantly, they both share the same international overall objective, which is to put an end to U.S. hegemony by weakening U.S. power. And the intermediate goals for that are to weaken the transatlantic relationship, detach Europe from the U.S., and divide Europeans, because all these conditions would mean that for both Moscow and Beijing, then their other objectives would be much easier to achieve. And so another point, I think, which is important, I think the scale of this challenge to U.S. power, to nuclear, authoritarian, aggressive states, explains the fact that the democracy versus autocracy frame is less emphasized than expected, actually, in the NSS. That was hinted already by Biden's speech at the UN. Basically, non-democratic states are welcome to join the big fight against those powers, and actually those powers defined by the fact that they are revisionist in terms of the international order. And another important note, I mean, again, the NSS is just a document, but liberal doesn't appear in it, so it's not the liberal international order anymore we're talking about. It's the rules-based order. And I did a little Control-F search, and the only thing that appears is illiberal. So I think that's important. You know, you can take what you want from these documents, but they do say something, and they're the product of a lot of deliberation and inside thinking. Now, from Russia-China to China-China and to Taiwan, another important impact of the war in Ukraine has been on the Taiwan discussion in Washington. So as you may know, Biden now has made 4 gaffes, so maybe they're not gaffes, saying that the U.S. would defend Taiwan militarily with U.S. troops should China invade. Now, going back again to the NSS actually says something a little different. It reaffirms very clearly that the U.S. wants the status quo to remain just that, a status quo. It supports the one China policy, and it does not support Taiwan independence. So again, we can discuss that. I don't know, my own interpretation is that, Biden probably does believe that the U.S. should defend Taiwan if China breaks the status quo by waging a major invasion, which probably that would not be the way it would proceed, but there's another roundtable on that later. Or at least he believes that if deterrence is supposed to work this time, it didn't work for Russia, then he must at least say that. And I think it's also an answer, because in Washington he was very much criticized for saying beforehand that U.S. troops would not defend Ukraine. So now he's not saying that, he's saying the reverse regarding Taiwan. Finally, the big angle, obviously, especially because of how my own work and expertise, are the domestic ramifications and basically the how does this end question regarding Ukraine. But I think Gary will talk more about that, so I won't. One last thing I want to add: no matter what happens in the midterms and within both parties regarding Ukraine, I think we must, as Europeans, must be conscious that one thing everyone agrees on in Washington, in the US, is that Europeans must now take more of the burden and do more to help Ukraine. And maybe a last concluding remark, I think, because it was one aspect that has been very much commented upon here as well. The economic consequences of the war in Ukraine suggest a future of economic conflict among great powers. But there's one problem with this strategy that we're seeing more and more, is that the rest of the world wants no part of such an economic warfare. And especially on China, there are deep divisions in Europe as well as in Asia on how to deal with China. And I think preventing Beijing, especially, from exploiting these divisions will remain a major political challenge for the US going forward. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. So we'll have time for questions afterwards. I'd like to ask a question to Pierre. Maya has talked about the Biden foreign policy. How is Biden's foreign policy perceived by the neoconservatives that had, as you know, probably had dissociated themselves from Trump's candidacy and presidency?
So thank you. I had a PowerPoint, so I don't know, just to illustrate. It's not very important, but it's just to illustrate what I will talk about. But if it's possible, if not, it's fine. But oh, I have the point.
Tu veux que je te laisse la place,
non, juste le brancher.
Je ne connais pas la politique. Je ne sais pas si on branche les...
Sinon, c'est pas trop.
Mais je l'avais déjà envoyé, c'est ça?
Je l'avais envoyé.
Ok.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, so as Frederick said, I decided to talk about neoconservatism today, not because it is what I'm working on for the last 9 years, and not because of the presence of Gary here. Why did I choose to talk about neoconservatives in the context of a symposium dedicated to Biden? Well, I will try to show that focusing on the contemporary neoconservative vision is a good way to analyze the main tendencies of the current US administration, especially in foreign policy. Well, so I have to admit, today neoconservatism is a very controversial term since it is mainly mentioned in a negative way to refer to the US foreign policy led by George W. Bush in the early 2000s. In reality, it's a much more complex term. So how to define it? Well, neoconservatism, has no simple definition, and it depends mainly on the different approaches. According to me, we can consider neoconservatism as an intellectual movement and an ideology in both domestic and foreign policy. I think we can underline four main principles in the neoconservative vision of foreign policy that are, firstly, the importance of political regime in international relations, the importance of US democracy promotion, the importance of military force, and finally, some skepticism towards multilateralism. Of course, this is only a general description, and there are many differences within the movement. You also have differences between generations, and today I'm just talking about the last generation, which was influential under the George W. Bush administration. So I'm talking, for example, about William Kristol, Robert Kagan, Fred Kagan, Max Boot, Elliot Cohen, David Brooks, David Frum, and I will say Gary Schmidt too. So the movement went through many difficulties after the George W. Bush presidency. We can actually debate about the real existence of neoconservatism today, but neoconservatives still exist, and their views are a very good indicator, according to me, about the nature of US politics. What is very interesting is the evolution of neoconservatives during the last few years. Globally speaking, they were relatively isolated or even divided during the Obama years, and many criticized the action of the Democratic president at this time. However, we noticed a kind of neoconservative revival with Donald Trump. Why? Because neoconservatives were among the main opponents of Donald Trump from 2015 and 2016. That's why I decided to mention some quotes. At this time, they represented the major conservative opposition to Trump. For example, William Kristol played an active role within the Never Trump movement. And I would say the majority of neoconservatives were describing themselves as Republicans or conservatives. But they finally supported Hillary Clinton. Then the majority of them were very critical of Donald Trump during his entire presidency. Well, why? Well, beyond his personality, neocons were criticizing his vision of foreign policy. According to them, Donald Trump, generally speaking, did not pay attention to democracy promotion and human rights. For example, he decided to leave Afghanistan and did not have any project for the stability in the Middle East. According to them, he was definitely too close to dictators like Putin, Kim Jong-un, Xi Jinping, Erdogan, etc. He basically ignored America's traditional allies and insulted Europe and NATO. Generally speaking, he attacked the liberal world order and the US leadership that are both very important for neoconservatives. That is why almost all neoconservatives supported Biden during the last election. In other words, once again, neoconservatives chose the Democratic candidate over the Republican one. What do they like about Biden? When the new president gave his first speech about foreign policy in February 2021, he underlined his desire to distance himself from Donald Trump. He declared that America is back to democracy promotion, back to the defense of human rights, back to traditional alliances, back to a non-indulgent policy towards non-democratic regimes, etc. According to neoconservatives, nothing is exceptional in Biden's rhetoric, but the new president has a project to defend the liberal world order and the US leadership that Trump wanted to undermine. Then, what actions did they support since his election? They applauded his first initiatives in the Middle East, like the strikes against pro-Iranian militias in Syria, and the end of American support for the Saudi coalition in Yemen, for example. Globally speaking, they supported his attitude towards non-democratic regimes like China or Russia. And in this regard, they clearly supported the way that he dealt with the Russian crisis, whether before or after the invasion of Ukraine. Biden anticipated the threat of Putin and managed to organize a Western coalition against him. He revitalized NATO and defends the US leadership against Russia. To summarize, neoconservatives are grateful that Biden and not Trump is the US president during this crisis. But does that mean that the actions of Biden are perfect according to them? In other words, are they fully supporting the current US foreign policy? The answer is clearly no. Neoconservatives are still critical of different aspects of Biden's strategy, like his defense budget, which is, according to them, not important enough to deal with the US responsibilities, but also underline the lack of ambition of Biden. For neoconservatives, his main failure is what happened in Afghanistan. Of course, the original decision was taken by Trump, but Biden did nothing to reverse the process. Actually, he took a decision he wanted for a while. Then, neoconservatives considered that Biden was finally acting like Trump, denying the importance of democracy promotion and human rights in the region. Neoconservatives stayed critical of Biden even about the Russian crisis. For example, they criticized his statement that no American soldiers will fight in Ukraine, and the US support, generally speaking, which is not considered important enough, once again. Neocons regret his lack of energy and the fact that Biden does not do everything to reach his goals in foreign policy. Then, to conclude, what does a neocon global view tells us about Biden? More specifically, how to interpret this partial neoconservative support for the current US foreign policy? Well, first of all, it shows a real reconfiguration of the US partisan divide. Indeed, I consider that the neoconservative view really never changed over the last years. Then, if neocons didn't change, US politics changed. For the most part, this change is linked to the Trump phenomenon and its influence over the GOP. The Republican Party is now promoting a kind of Jacksonian, isolationist foreign policy. This evolution forced neoconservatives to move closer to the Republican Party in the last years. Secondly, this analysis shows that Biden is actually a president who seems more compatible with the neoconservative worldview than Trump. Since neoconservatives are defending the liberal world order and the US leadership, it means that the foreign policy of Biden generally matches with this idea. However, the neoconservative criticism indicates that, finally, Biden is not a neocon president. Indeed, neoconservatives remain critical of the current foreign policy. Of course, they were also critical during the George W. Bush years, but it seems that the failures of the global strategy under Biden are too important for them to fully support him. According to neoconservatives, what happened in Afghanistan is a proof that if Biden seems to be moving in the right direction, his foreign policy is unlikely to restore the US leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Pierre, for this interesting, illuminating presentation. Well, Gary, not to talk about the neoconservatives, but rather about the MAGA branch of the Republican Party. What could be their influence in the coming 2 years and later?
Yeah. So let me just go through what I think is going to happen with what the impact will be with the Congress being Republicans in the majority in both the House and the Senate. First of all, I'm disappointed that I only got one quote, but anyway, we'll talk about that offline. So anyway, I think it's important to put the Republican control of Congress in its institutional framework. Yes, the Republicans will control the Senate more likely than not, but the reality is it won't have 60 senators who are Republican, which means that its ability to get past the filibuster rules in the Senate means that actually policy proposals simply will die because Democrats will use their ability to block that legislation to take on, or to block more controversial things that Republicans might want to do. So even though it's a Republican majority in the Senate, it's not as institutionally powerful as one might take. Also, you have to factor in the president has a veto. So even if things make it through Congress, the president can always veto it. So where does that leave the House, which will actually have probably a very substantial majority? Well, again, precisely because the Senate really isn't under the control of the Republicans, and there is a presidential veto, what you'll have is a House that will focus on investigations through its committees, trying to find dirt of various sorts on the administration, the president and his family as well. Second thing you'll see is what they call messaging proposals, which is the House will pass a measure that they know will die in the Senate, but it will force the Democrats to either block it or vote against it. So you're setting up an agenda that you want for not for governing, but for the 2024 elections. The House will have one powerful tool at its disposal because it controls the initiation of budgets. And, but McCarthy, who's the likely speaker, has signaled that they will use their budget authority to force votes on such things as the border control and crime and energy. So when you put it all together institutionally, you don't see a whole lot of impact on the foreign policy front particularly. Now, substantively, what are we talking about when we're talking about the Republicans controlling Congress and the president being a Democrat? There's really bipartisan agreement about China. And indeed, in the House, they're going to wind up creating a special select committee on China. So there will be even more congruence with the administration's approach to China in the House itself. There's a broad consensus about Taiwan, about the need to bolster the defense of Taiwan and to expand Taiwan's diplomatic and international presence. There's a bipartisan agreement in the Congress, not necessarily in the administration, over increasing defense spending. Both in the Trump years and in the Biden years, the increase in defense spending has come as an initiative of both the Democrats and Republicans in the Congress, not from either the Trump administration and or the Biden administration. So there's bipartisan consensus on defense spending. And as Maya mentioned, there's also bipartisan consensus about trade, which is, under the rubric of not so much free trade as what they call fair trade. And so that's a pretty broad agenda that actually suggests that there's more congruence between Republican-controlled Congress and the administration than you might think. So the big question, of course, is Ukraine. Again, the likely Senate Majority Leader McConnell is very pro helping Ukraine, and that's true as well for the likely chairman of the House and Senate Armed Services Committees, the Foreign Relations Committees in both branches, and the Appropriation Committees. So between McConnell and the likely chairman of these committees, there's actually quite strong support for Ukraine. The question that, of course, gets raised, and properly so, is what about the likely Speaker of the House, McCarthy? McCarthy, of course, has mentioned that there won't be a blank check when it comes to Ukraine assistance. Nobody knew exactly what that meant. Was it more absolute, or was it just a modification of we're going to take a closer look at the amount of monies and what we're spending and when we're talking about Ukraine? Well, the irony is that McCarthy had to basically limit how that was understood because the Progressive Caucus in the House and the Senate released a letter calling for negotiations in Ukraine. And so McCarthy, not wanting to appear to be in bed with the far left of the Democratic Party, had to interpret his no blank check statement to being more that, well, we're just going to scrub the monies that the administration is asking for and spending to make sure that it isn't a waste or there aren't wasted programs. So that said, you can expect, because I think a lot of McCarthy intends to devolve quite a bit of authority to the committees in the next 2 years, you can expect a great deal of oversight of the monies being spent on Ukraine, and there'll be noise and there'll be news about the House wanting to eliminate certain things, and precisely because most of the new members are going to be elected on domestic agenda and worrying about the economy. So every dollar being spent on Ukraine is a dollar supposedly not being spent back home, and so the result will be there will be sort of fights picked about particular elements of the assistance, which gets back to a point that Maya made, which is the House, but also the Senate, will be looking to see what Europe is doing when it comes to Ukraine. So there'll be more attention being paid to Europe and its level of support for Ukraine than perhaps has happened over the last year or so. That's doubly so because, again, because of the emphasis on China, the United States actually doesn't have the capacity to handle two crises at the same time when it comes to the military end of things. And so if the Biden administration continues to want to pivot in some fundamental fashion towards deterring China on the military front, that means that there'll be less ability to increase military effort on the NATO front. And so again, between the assistance and then the shortage of the military capacity of the United States, there's going to be a renewed emphasis and renewed attention to our European partners. So that's very important. The one thing I would object to on the list of 4 things that the neocons are supposedly for, at least my friends, and I think everybody listed up there, we're actually very much friends of alliances. We supported NATO expansion and very much are attuned to the fact that the United States needs allies to be able to carry out a significant and substantial foreign policy. The unilateralism has to do with folks like John Bolton and Don Rumsfeld, who, believe me, do not think of themselves as neocons. Now, one final thing. So on the whole, I think things are headed in the right direction. There's not going to be as big a change as perhaps many worry about with Republicans taking over the Congress. That said, there are some things, uncertainties. The first one is, of course, events. Between now and 2024, something can happen, and the dynamic in the Congress and the administration could change unexpectedly. Maybe it's a Taiwan crisis, which draws all our attention to East Asia. The other thing I would say is that the polls have been wavering a bit on Ukraine, particularly among Republicans. And ironically, I blame President Biden for this, because other than that sort of initial sort of speech, which of course really didn't address Ukraine, he has not given a major defense of his policies towards Ukraine. And as somebody who follows presidential behavior and also public opinion about these matters, when a president doesn't speak, doesn't make an argument for why we're doing what we're doing and why we need to pay the cost that we'll be paying, opinion can just float, and it gets sort of taken over by events. So in the absence of the president actually making a coherent argument about Ukraine and the decisive moment in history that his national security strategy suggests we're in, you're leaving yourself open to the winds of circumstances. Finally, coming back to likely Speaker of the House, McCarthy, this is going to strike you as odd, but if you're worried about sort of Ukraine and transatlantic relations and the Republicans coming into Congress, you want a bigger majority by Republicans in the House. A smaller majority means that the sort of neo-isolationists in the House will have a bigger voice vis-a-vis the caucus. If there's a larger amount of Republicans, that gives McCarthy more flexibility and has to pay less attention to a very noisy minority within the caucus. So ironically, Europeans should be hoping for a big victory by Republicans in the House, not a small victory. So with that, I'll end. So.
Thank you very much, Gary, for this presentation. So we're running out of time, so it's high time. I have lots of questions for you all, but I think it's time to open the floor for questions. So the microphone will be passing around. Well, then I think Maya has a question for... there was a question? No? Okay. Yes, Maya.
I was just, during the hunt for questions, I'm going to have one for Gary. I agree with all your comments on the domestic landscape, but I still wonder if I guess, mostly if there's a short majority of Republicans in the House, and so the MAGA crazies get a determinant voice, isn't the big danger that they will just want chaos and stop and block the funding and block the debt ceiling as they have threatened already, and then that would impact everything, including the help for Ukraine, and I wonder if that's not essentially their goal and their tactic, and so that's something we should be afraid of. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I think that's quite serious, a problem. On the other hand, the history of using the budget to sort of bring government to a halt by Republicans has always resulted in Republican losses. That stems from the days of Gingrich and all the way through the next 25 years. So McCarthy is well aware of the fact that playing that kind of hardball or paying attention to the MAGA vocal minority in the caucus comes at a cost that Republicans don't want to have to pay in 2024. So, yeah, he's got a difficult, avenue to sort of go through because you can't ignore. I mean, one of the things you have to understand is the Speaker has more authority in theory than over the past 25 years than any time in the previous 50 years. The problem is that authority rests upon a coherent caucus. And as we've seen with Boehner and Ryan, the inability to have a coherent caucus has meant that they've had not particularly successful speakerships. McCarthy knows this very well, so if he lets the minority in the caucus sort of steamroll him, then he knows very likely that he won't be Speaker for very long.
Right.
But by the way, do you think he can actually be elected Speaker? I mean, he tried in 2015, if I'm not mistaken, he didn't make it. Why would he become Speaker this time?
Because he's spent every waking hour since 2015 working to become Speaker. I mean, he has raised money for people. He's done an extremely good job of courting a variety of folks. And the people that would vote against him for Speaker potentially would be sort of the more Trumpian element in the House. But he's gone out of his way not to offend them. So, he's it's not a great coalition. It's not a very strong coalition, but it's a coalition that he's got at this point.
What about McConnell? Could he be challenged as leader?
No, again, no. McConnell is probably will be the strongest majority leader since LBJ was.
Yeah.
There's a
Thank
Thank you for very stimulating presentations. I have a question on public opinion and foreign policy. You mentioned obviously the economy plays a major role in this election. Security is also a big issue, but how important, if at all, is foreign policy among Americans, and if it is not, why don't they see the linkages between the economy and the geopolitics, the current geopolitics, especially with regard to inflation?
You're asking me?
I mean, and that's a question that I think all of you could address in one way or another. So feel free to jump in.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'll take a stab at it to begin with. Again, I think they don't make the connections as they should, mostly because most citizens of democracies never make big connections. And so that requires actually leadership to make the connections for you, to make the arguments for you. And again, I get back, this is not just a problem that with President Biden, it was a problem in various cases and other presidencies as well, where the political people in the White House are telling the president, look, foreign policy isn't particularly important in public opinion, and also it can only get you into trouble. Hey, look at George Bush. But the truth is, if you don't make arguments, then you really are sort of opening yourself up to the vicissitudes of circumstances and political action that causes to undermine the very foreign policy that you're striving for. So again, if you look at the national security strategy, Biden is saying this decade is really, sort of incredibly important in the history of the international order. But you don't have him making the argument. I mean, it's one thing to put it in a paper. It's another thing not to go to the public and sort of say, here's what the issues that we face, and here's what has to be done. And oh, by the way, there'll be some costs. So anyway.
Can I add something?
Yeah.
Yes, because I think one thing that I noticed and thought was important, I even wrote an article about it, is that China was actually, China is always appears in U.S. elections as political football, or in a sense, but it did, China was an issue in several debates in several Senate races. That's quite unusual. It's important. I think it's China issue regarding jobs in the U.S. competition that does appear it is discussed. I mean, it appeared in campaign ads. Again, mostly to score points and say that one is stronger and the adversary is weaker in China. But it did appear. It's typically an issue that is, at the juncture of foreign policy and domestic issues, because it is about technological competition. And I was surprised again to come back to the NSS. So again, I know it's a paper, but it really is one document where it's a lot about the role of the state in the economy, about industrial policy. And I think Democrats did make arguments. They probably didn't make them strong enough because their pollsters told them to focus on abortion. But they did have several speeches, discourse. Biden came to inaugurate the new semiconductor factory in where is it? I forgot. In Ohio or in Pennsylvania? I can't remember. That is funded thanks to some of the money in the CHIPS Act. So, this whole idea that foreign policy and domestic policy are linked. That was also one of the strong focus of this Biden foreign policy team. I mean, I think they made the point. You can discuss if it's true, if that's your job, Jean-Baptiste, if trade is what takes jobs, etc. But there is a link that is made by the administration and by Americans, whether it's true or not.
If I can add, so it's not directly linked to your question, but since we are talking about public opinion, generally speaking, when I was in the US 2 months ago, each time I mentioned, like, not what is the enemy, but what is happening globally speaking. No one was talking about the Middle East anymore. It surprised me a lot. Everyone was talking about China or Russia, of course, but no one mentioned what was happening with the Taliban situation. No one was talking about Iran. I don't know. Do you have any explanation for that, or?
People were talking, you know. So
maybe it was in academia. I don't know, but.
Yeah, I mean, I think primarily because, you know, there's only so much attention span. So China and Russia were front page all the time. So the Middle East less so. I mean, the Middle East is always a problem for American administrations. Ever since Nixon, we've been trying to devise a way not to be in the Middle East, and we're always in the Middle East. So it's seen as kind of a no-win situation, and there's a kind of inertia that takes place, and then something happens, and we have to, you know, do something there. I think on Iran, it's actually very much in the news and very much in the discussions today because of the protests and the like, and also because the nuclear deal basically is not going anywhere. So.
Thank you. So, unless there's no other question, I think we'll. Can we take one last? Short question.
Hi, thank you very much. My question is, you talked about the Middle East and the U.S. administration. As you know, the NSS doesn't really mention the Middle East. But you mentioned Iran, you know, with the nuclear deal being dead and with the potential, you know, Iran potentially obtaining a nuclear weapon in the future, or, you know, with the apparent return of Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel, how, you know, do you think the U.S. And the current administration will, you know, engage with the Middle East and specifically with these issues?
The quick answer is I have no idea. You know, they have a circle to be squared, and it's going to be difficult. I mean, the rhetoric about democracy and authoritarian doesn't easily fit, you know, with for example, Saudi Arabia, and I would just say on Israel, you know, we have a new government, but that'll last about, you know, 3 months. Again, it's hard to predict how the administration is going to respond to the kind of unsettled way when they've got other issues like Russia and China to dominate their attention span.
But the fact that there's so little in the NSS on the Middle East answers your question. I think there's really much less attention, reduction. The only place where there's a reduction in forces, or at least planned, is the Middle East. But we're late also.
Okay, well, thank you very much to our 3 panelists. We can applaud them.
So, bonjour, good morning everyone again, and thanks again to IRSEM with a special thought for Maud, the Sorbonne Nouvelle University, the German Marshall Fund, and Diplomacy Magazine for having organized this timely event on the Biden administration and the strategic rivalries. I remember that exactly 2 years ago we had here at IRSEM another international symposium on US strategic stakes and power politics in the eve of the November 2020 presidential election. And since then, both the US political and the Euro-Atlantic security landscapes have experienced, let's say, radical changes. Was the return of Democrats to the White House following the Joe Biden election was something, let's say, likely to happen. The outbreak of a large-scale war on the European soil resulting from Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine that started last February was a scenario that was then considered mostly unlikely. I also remember that still 2 years ago, some of us here and there, here and beyond, were discussing about the prospects of US-Russia relations under the incoming US administration, trying to identify some areas of cooperation and wondering whether or not the US could or should try to engage with Russia, in tackling various global challenges, stretching from nuclear weapons and arms control to climate change, artificial intelligence, and the rise of China. Back then, we would all agree that a new reset, somehow comparable to Washington's engagement policy with Russia, promoted during the first half of the first Obama administration, would not occur. However, a certain detente or a certain stabilization, to quote Maya, in the bilateral relation could have been expected, and in a way, early signs of this new dynamic, of this new stabilization, did materialize during the first year of Biden's mandate, as suggested, for instance, by the Biden-Putin summit in Geneva in June 2021, and the resuming of bilateral dialogue on key issues for both Washington and Moscow, such as arms control and Afghanistan. To many extents, the ongoing invasion of Ukraine by Russian armed forces has led to a new turn in how Washington sees its relation with Moscow, which makes today's situation radically different than it was 2 years ago, than the situation we discussed here 2 years ago. First, any prospects of short and midterm improvements in the bilateral relation have petered out and proved today totally impossible. Second, whereas under the Trump administration, the Russian question had primarily become, let's say, domestic rather than a foreign policy issue, and I'd be happy to be challenged on that point, it is now again a chief foreign priority. Third, while many in DC still a year ago were still aiming at, let's say, parking Russia in order to focus and devote more attention on China, it turns out that sidelining the Russian issue has proven totally impossible. Fourth, Russian war against Ukraine has also triggered a new dynamic in the transatlantic relation, confirming NATO's role as the main security provider of the whole Euro-Atlantic region, as suggested, for instance, by further allies deployment on the NATO eastern flank, and of course the ongoing accession process to NATO of Sweden and Finland. So today we'll have the chance to discuss all these tremendously interesting questions during the second roundtable of this international symposium on US-Russia relation and the war in Ukraine back to the West. We honor today to have a set of brilliant panelists, which I'm really glad to introduce. Martin, I'm turning to you first. You're the current Deputy Director of Paris Office of the German Marshall Fund and a research fellow in its Security and Defense program. Your work includes research on transatlantic security and defense cooperation and US and French foreign policy. You recently authored two really interesting articles on like a French reading of the NATO strategic concept and how NATO is dealing with China. You're also an associate researcher at the European Council of Foreign Relations and a PhD candidate in contemporary history at the Sorbonne Nouvelle University. Michael, it's a great pleasure to see you again, not in person this time, but even on Zoom. You're one of the most recognized authority on Russia and US foreign policy in Washington, D.C., while you currently hold the position of Professor of History at the Catholic University of America. You're also a Senior Associate Fellow at the CSIS and chair the advisory board of the prestigious Wilson Center's Kennan Institute. From 2014 to 2016, you served on the Secretary's Policy Planning staff, where you held the Russian-Ukraine portfolio. I mentioned here to the audience your recent book, The Abandonment of the West, The History of an ID in American Foreign Policy, published by Basic Books in 2020. And maybe for those here who might not have the time to read an entire book, I recommend an article published by Michael, I think it was last summer, in Foreign Policy, called The Gorbachev Vacuum, How the Soviet Leaders' Legacy Helps Explain Russia's War in Ukraine. This is a really great article which I recommend here to everyone. Mathieu, good morning. You're a consulting fellow with the Russian Eurasian program at Chatham House, the Royal Institute of International Affairs. And in your research, you focus on Russian foreign policy and military affairs, Ukraine, Russia-NATO relation, and transatlantic security, as well as the Russia-China defense relation. You also work as an associate director with Odere International, a leading commercial intelligence and investigation company. And among the really impressive amount of your publication, I would like to recommend here to the audience your recent work on the militarization of Russia's polar politics and more broadly on Russia's militarization of the Arctic. A special thanks to Michael and to Mathieu for being here with us today. From New York, I guess, for Mathieu, and from Washington, D.C. for Michael, where it's still very early in the morning. So thanks again. And I have been already too long, sorry. So without further ado, I'll start with Martin. Martin, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Thank you, Emmanuel. Thank you, Irsem, for the invitation. I'm happy to be on this panel with Michael and Mathieu. I'm not a Russia expert, as you said. I work very much on transatlantic security and defense cooperation, so that's what I will focus on during my presentation, and I'll leave it to Mathieu and Michael to cover the more Russia aspects of this discussion. So I want to talk about the way the Russian invasion of Ukraine has impacted and sort of transformed security cooperation between the US and Europe, and how I think we can make a rather optimistic take on this transformation. It's kind of easy these days to see everything in a sort of gloomy lens, and I'll try, for the sake of the argument, to show that there are some silver linings in what has happened since February 24th as far as transatlantic security cooperation is concerned. I'll make three main points. One is that there's a positive evolution of the transatlantic security debate. The second one is that from an institutional standpoint, we could see a better division of labor between the EU and NATO. And the third point is that the sort of shifting balance of power within Europe will make it, I believe, easier to build a more mature transatlantic relationship. So let's look at the debate. Since the beginning of the invasion, there has been a more nuanced take on the traditional opposition between Europeanists and Atlanticists among policymakers and strategic thinkers, both in Europe and in the US. This is obviously a result of the US leadership, both before the invasion and since February 24th, which sort of went against the prevalent idea that there was a US withdrawing from European security, and this idea was very much at the core of some of the most Europeanist or pro-European autonomy thinkers. What we've seen since February is that the US is not only at the center of the transatlantic approach to Russia, but also very much the champion of Ukraine. If you look at the Kiel Institute Ukraine tracker, and back in, I think, late October, looking at the figures 2 weeks ago, the US committed 52 billion euros to Ukraine, both in terms of humanitarian and economic aid, as well as military aid, whereas the EU and all European countries combined committed 29 billion. So the US is nearly twice as much as EU institutions and European countries combined. In terms of leadership, it's hardly arguable that the Biden administration has put the US at the center. And obviously, to say nothing of what happens after the midterms election, I think that the first panel has discussed that at length. But this is an obvious takeaway from a European perspective. The second aspect is that the EU contribution has also been highlighted, and I think better understood in Washington, D.C. than in the past. The EU ability to impose rapid and massive sanctions against Russia, the use of EU instruments such as the European Peace Facility to provide military aid to Ukraine, The initiative taken to take Ukraine as a candidate for EU accession and to start the negotiation, all of this has been seen in DC as a proof and evidence that the EU was indeed an interlocutor to work with on such a strategic matter. From an institutional standpoint, there is even a bigger overlap between EU and NATO, with Sweden and Finland joining NATO, but also Denmark voting against the opt-out to the CSDP, meaning that there is more than ever a sort of common dialogue among European partners at the EU level and among NATO allies, and this sort of opposition that was sometimes used to oppose European strategic autonomy and Atlanticists' proponents is less relevant today. Finally, taking the case of France, because Paris was usually thought to be the main champion of European strategic autonomy and European sovereignty. We've seen, again, since the beginning of the invasion, France very much involved in reinforcing the eastern flank, taking the role of framework nation for NATO in Romania, sending new troops to the Baltic countries and Poland. And I mean, the French strategic review that will be published in November 9th will stress that again. I mean, this was leaked by Jean-Dominique Merchet last week, so nothing really secret here, but France aims to be, what is it exactly, like the perfect ally within the transatlantic alliance or something like this, so very much at the center of the reflection in Bala. Second point on maybe a clearer and I would say more balanced division of labor between the EU and NATO. Again, another, I believe, positive trend. What we've seen is that NATO is very much in this kind of back to business mode with collective defense and deterrence vis-à-vis Russia as the core business of the alliance. A year ago, when we talked about the Madrid summit, the 2022 NATO summit in Madrid, there was this idea that it would be the China summit. It would be the summit when the alliance would explicitly take on the challenge posed by China's imperialism, both in Europe and the Euro-Atlantic area, but also in the Indo-Pacific. What we saw in Madrid is more than ever an alliance that refocused on the kind of core issue of collective defense and the security vis-à-vis Russia. This was even more so when you read the 2022 strategic concept, where there is no doubt there is a clear prioritization of the threats posed by Russia vis-à-vis NATO, and that although China is mentioned, wasn't mentioned the last strategic concept in 2011, but it is not at all comparable to what Russia means for the alliance. And I think something that will make many people in Brussels more comfortable is that it means that NATO will have less bandwidth to deal with issues that are outside of its traditional area of expertise. So if you look at the past 4 years, we've had a series of events, private meetings, workshops organized by NATO on the pandemics, on climate change, even on trade and investment screening. All of this made a lot of people at the EU level very uncomfortable, and in a way, you know, the whole idea that the EU was duplicating NATO had been shifted to say that NATO was duplicating the EU. This will be less the case with NATO focusing on, as I say, its core business. At the same time, the EU has been empowered as a sort of industrial and economic powerhouse for the transatlantic partnership. Since the beginning of the invasion, we've heard the EU talk less about collective defense. We hear less about 42.7 and the way the EU could sort of provide security guarantees to its members, either below the threshold of NATO's Article 5 or sort of next to what NATO can provide. On the contrary, what has been very much emphasized is the coordination on defense spending, the coordination on sanction regime, the fact that the EU will take a lead in the reconstruction of Ukraine after the war, and the use, as I said, of EPF as this tool to aid a country at war. I mean, this is something that French diplomats and military often remind the people they talk to, is that 6 years ago, when we tried to use the EPF to send computers to Central Africa, this was said then that it was too lethal. And now we use the same tool to send actual weapons to a country at war. Third and last point on the shifting balance of power in Europe. So there, I would be a bit cautious, because there have been a few op-eds recently in Le Monde about this whole idea that, you know, the geostrategic center of Europe is now shifting east, and that it's all about Central Europe and Eastern Europe. I'd say we have to be careful not to sort of use a narrative that is being promoted in Vilnius and in Warsaw for obvious reasons, and make it some sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy by accepting all the axioms behind them. I would, though, agree with a few of these arguments. One is that France and Germany have definitely lost credibility in Central Europe, in the Baltic states, and in Northern Europe, I would say, since the beginning of the war. Both because of what the position of these two countries were before the invasion, and the fact that we were seen as the most skeptical of US intelligence since November 2021, but also since the invasion, with mixed messages from Berlin, decisions that took much more time than it should have done, both in France and Germany, and a communication at the presidential level here in France that it remains extremely problematic for many of our allies in the East. At the same time, the Central and Eastern European elites who thought of France and Germany as kind of the weak links of the alliance before the war felt vindicated by everything that's happened since then. And on the contrary, they tend to see the US and the UK as the real champion of Eastern European security, because of the role that both London and DC have played since February. So this is a moment where we would see, actually, within the EU and within NATO, Central and Eastern European countries more at ease, telling France, Germany, and other Western countries, Western European countries, that not only they were wrong about Russia, but they are still wrong today. And that the kind of strategic thinking about our relationship to Russia should not be done between Brussels, Berlin, and Paris, but rather by countries that face the challenge and the threat more intensely because of their geographical and history vis-à-vis Russia. Finally, on the shifting balance of power, there is obviously an institutional focus on the East, with Sweden and Finland joining NATO, with the Ukrainian accession to the EU. In terms of NATO and the EU, the bureaucratic bandwidth will be spent on this region for the next 5 to 10 years. There's no doubt that in Brussels right now, both at the Commission and at NATO headquarters, this is what people are working on, and there is much less time and staff to invest on other issues. And again, looking back at the strategic concept that was released in June 29th this year, you know, NATO 3060, the whole idea that we would need to be both stronger in the East, but also agile to face a threat from the South. This is not what is actually being implemented. The focus 99% of the time is on the East. I'll just finish by saying, and sort of caveat to what I just said. Maybe my optimistic take is too optimistic, because there is the issue of maintaining cohesion among allies. This is something that is very much unclear at this point. One, because there are new dividing lines that are being created. You know, what I mentioned about the shifting balance of power in Europe is often being translated into, oh, this is about hawks versus appeasers in Europe, or even in some sort of new Rumsfeldian division of Europe between old Europe and new Europe, with the old Europe being wrong about Putin and Russia. This obviously would be extremely detrimental to the cohesion and cohesion and coherence of the alliance. The second thing is that we're still missing a shared narrative about our approach to Russia. This was mentioned during the first panel. This whole idea of democracy versus autocracy is very problematic to many European allies. This was, in fact, less present in the NSS than one might have expected. There is a lack of a joint understanding of what the alliance, what the US and Europe aim to do vis-à-vis Russia together. France is trying to push for this idea of sort of security provider or sovereignty provider, saying that for too long we let China and Russia pretend to be the champions of sovereignty, of national sovereignty in the world, whereas they were actually now the ones that challenged national sovereignty in Ukraine or to another extent in Taiwan. This might be a narrative that could be embraced by more than just France to frame the opposition with Russia in the future. I'll stop here.
Merci Martin. I'll turn to Michael now. Michael, we'll be happy to hear you about the evolution of the Biden administration posture since the beginning of the war in Ukraine, and maybe the sustainability of the U.S. support to Ukraine in the current election and political context in the U.S. Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Emmanuel, to you and to your colleagues for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to have the chance to talk with you about these questions, and so nice to share a panel with Mathieu and with Martin. Martin, I think my comments pair quite well with yours because they are maybe in tone just a little bit more pessimistic, and so that hopefully will be a good occasion for discussion, but would like to outline the 4 points I'm about to make, and then we'll go into some detail about each of these 4 points. The first is the heroic narrative of the war, which I think is quite important, if not in some ways the dominant story of this war over the last 8-9 months. And after outlining that, would like to speak about 3 challenges that I think face the Biden administration and its European allies simultaneously. One, internal to American politics. Second, about how to define Europe and its sort of territories and borders. And thirdly, what Martin has already addressed, the question of unity and strategic purpose across a very substantial coalition of countries that are supporting Ukraine. So to delve into the first point, I think that the Biden administration has, in some respects, an easy job of explaining its positions and its successes during the war, because these have been real and, in many respects, quite extensive. We could pass over in this regard the failure to deter Russia in January and February of 2022, which is an important subject for the historians, but is to a degree ancient history at this point. And I think it's, again, easy for the Biden administration to identify very serious successes over the course of the last 8-9 months. That the war is horrific, unnecessary, criminal, all of that, but it is also a war in which Ukraine is much better positioned, I think, than anybody in Washington expected in the first 6 to 8 weeks of the conflict. And that has a lot to do with Ukraine, of course, but it also has quite a bit to do with European and US support. So I think this story is perhaps the most well-known story of the war, so I'll just kind of go over it quickly. But the quality of intelligence sharing between Washington and Kiev is very, very significant. I think when the history of the first week of the war is written, especially Hostomel Airport and many aspects of the Russian invasion, I think intelligence sharing will be a very prominent part of it. And it's not just the provision of military aid to Ukraine that's mattered, it's the way in which this aid has been integrated into the Ukrainian war effort. I mean, you can look at lots of previous examples in the history of US foreign policy where the US tried to assist a foreign government militarily and it failed. It's very easy to provide sophisticated weaponry to another government and have that government mishandle it or sort of not know what to do with it. And the Ukrainian government has been extremely skilled at putting HIMARS and other kinds of weapons to use. So it's really the quality of the partnership between the U.S. and Ukraine, and between the transatlantic alliance and Ukraine, that's mattered. I think this is a war where, and I agree with Martin that there's a lot of work that still needs to be done on narrative, but this is a war where the story largely tells itself. The brutality of the Russian invasion, the senselessness of the Russian war aims, the war crimes, the atrocities, etc., frame very clearly the moral purpose of the war. And I think that has been, one of the driving forces for policymakers and for the public opinion behind the war in the United States and in Europe. And I don't think that that's going to change for the foreseeable future. And then, sort of finally, when speaking about this heroic narrative of the war, it's the size of the coalition, which is both transatlantic and global in nature. So it's New Zealand, Australia, Singapore, South Korea, Japan, and most of the countries of Europe that are part of the coalition, as well as Canada and the United States. Now, I think we know from the history of the Second World War that coalitions are not easy to maintain. You can have allies, but it takes a lot to sort of keep the allies together. And I think the successes there have been pretty formidable. And I would, sort of applaud the efforts of President Biden, Secretary Blinken, and others for their diplomatic abilities and all that they have invested in sort of keeping this coalition functional when it comes to military support for Ukraine, for sanctions, and for a shared policy vis-a-vis both Ukraine and Russia. So much for the heroic narrative. It's real. It's certainly not fake. There's a lot of truth to it, and it's going to keep these policies going for a very long time. But it's useful as well, I think, to focus in on the challenges. And so here I want to address three challenges in turn. The first, since this is the day of the midterm elections in Washington, as you can see, it's sort of dark here. The sun is rising on a very nervous Washington on this day of midterm elections. I don't know what your previous panel concluded about this. I don't think that the midterms are going to change the course of U.S. policy. I think the worst case scenario for U.S.-Ukraine policy is that a very substantial Republican victory could make it more difficult to put aid packages through Congress, that you'll just see more infighting in Congress. Not that Republicans will pull back entirely from support for Ukraine, but they'll start to attach Republican agendas to support for Ukraine, and that might cause Democrats to refuse to vote for them, and you could get a slowing down. It seems to me like that's what the Biden administration has been anticipating, because they've been rushing a lot of aid to Ukraine over the course of the last couple of months, I think, in anticipation of the Democrats losing the midterms. But Congress can't really change the main course of foreign policy, which is set by the executive branch, set by the White House. And I don't think that enough Republicans truly disagree with Biden administration Ukraine policy for there to be much of a shift. But that, I think, is almost a secondary story. What we're going to get this week or next week is the return of Donald Trump to American politics. He's going to run again. And very quickly, he's going to become a major story. He's been sort of put into the background. He's been taken off Twitter. Maybe that was his good fortune in some respects, to be taken off Twitter prematurely. But he was taken off of some social media platforms. Biden became the story. Trump went into retirement, and now he's going to be back. And this means that conspiracy theories related to Ukraine are going to become much more prominent once again in American politics. That was something for which Trump was impeached, but in no sense, I think, is he going to change course there. And what I've noticed about Trump, it's not a brilliant insight into the man, but when it comes to foreign policy, he was always just reflexively anti-Biden, rather anti-Obama. If Obama did it, Trump was against it. If there was the Paris Climate Accord, Trump was against it because Obama had signed it. JCPOA with Iran, Trump was against it. And I think it's going to be the same with Biden. So if Biden is pro-Ukraine, Trump is going to find some way to be, at the very least, anti-Biden. And you're going to see this very sharp, sort of polar opposite quality to American politics. And with Trump getting a lot more media attention, it's going to change the nature of the story in the United States. And I can't imagine that there's a European government that can't be thinking seriously about this. Every European government is going to have to start reckoning with the possibility of a Trump presidency. And that, in a certain sense, is by definition going to weaken the Biden administration and its case. How long can you trust U.S. policy to hold out? You could be optimistic about that point, but it's still a pretty vital question. So that's the first challenge. How does the Biden administration keep going when the media landscape and the sort of political environment is going to change? Again, not so much because of the midterms, but because of the return to political prominence and to media attention of Donald Trump. Second difficulty, I think, or challenge is really quite difficult, quite different. And this is an old problem that I don't think we've come closer to solving. And this is the problem of defining what is Europe. Where do the borders of Europe lie? How big is Europe? Where does Europe begin? Maybe you can answer that question easily. It begins somewhere between Germany, France, and the UK. But the harder question to answer is, where does Europe end? And in some respects, the catastrophe of the last 10, 15, 20 years is that Russia refuses to sort of limit its borders and say where Russia ends. And you have certain ambiguities that are to a degree similar on the European side. This takes us back to the year 2009 and to the Eastern Partnership Program, which was in good faith an effort to expand, maybe not the institutions of the European Union, but the kind of reach and influence of Europe into places like Belarus, Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and it's the Eastern Partnership Program that set into motion events that led to a revolution in Ukraine in 2013, early 2014, and then in ways that were so difficult to predict at that time, the annexation of Crimea and the first round of conflict between Russia and the West. It's not that the European Union is responsible for this conflict. That would be absurd, but there is a way in which this indefinite, unclear, ambiguous Europe is a part of the story. And again, I think we're still there. So I can ask just two questions to be as vivid about this as possible. Is Crimea Europe? Can we answer that question? If we say no, then certain kinds of negotiation might become possible with Russia over the future status of Crimea. If we say that Crimea is unambiguously Europe, I think there's a lot that follows from that, and it's not an easy question to answer, but it's one that I think that really has to be thought about seriously. And secondarily, is Belarus Europe? On the map, it is. It's certainly not less European geographically than Latvia, Ukraine, or Poland. But do we really think of Belarus as something that, as a country, that at one point is going to be a part of institutional Europe? And if not, what follows from that? If it is, what follows from that? We're sort of where we were with these questions, and that I think is going to be a huge challenge going forward. Final point about challenges. So the Trump challenge, I suppose, and the definitional challenge when it comes to Europe is the question of unity and strategic purpose. And I want to sort of frame this point around a kind of two metaphors, the metaphor of Germany and the metaphor of Poland. So I think there are within the Biden administration, if you can put it this way, there are the Germans in the Biden administration and there are the Poles in the Biden administration. And by Germans, I mean a sort of somewhat cautious view of the war, a sense that it really has to end with a negotiated settlement, an understanding that Russia is not going to disappear. It's going to be a factor. It's going to be a part of Europe. It's terrible. Putin is terrible. The person who comes after Putin is probably going to be terrible, but these are a set of circumstances that you have to live with. And I think the Poles in the Biden administration feel differently, that this is an opportunity for a real victory that can be achieved through and with Ukraine, and that Russia can be, in a sense, put behind a perimeter or pressured to such a degree that Russia begins to crack, and the Putin regime begins to crack, and perhaps something better will come in its place. Now, if I had to say with emphasis what I think the Biden administration is, I would say I think it's German, more German than Polish, although for reasons that are, a bit unique to the Biden administration. Those who have a global view of things in the Biden administration tend to be a bit more cautious about the war in Ukraine and tend to be more worried about a two-front conflict, China in Asia, Russia in Europe. And those who focus more exclusively on Europe, especially Eastern and Central Europe, I think are more inclined to see Russia as an existential problem and one to which there really needs to be a strong, sort of definitive solution. And so that leads to somewhat different policy approaches and strategic approaches. Let me just mention as a footnote here that domestic politics matters in this regard as well. If you look at polling data, support for Ukraine is really going down quite quickly among Republicans. And if you look at the most, I would say, most intelligent foreign policy thinker on the Republican side, and probably future, sort of leader in the foreign policy world of a Trump administration, if there is a second one, this is Elbridge Colby, whose main obsession is China. He worked in the Trump administration, and Trump's main obsession is China. And Elbridge Colby is arguing for, a kind of Europeanization of the Ukraine war. The U.S. has to pull back, has to harbor and save its resources, has to push Europe more forward. And in a sense, what Colby is arguing for is a kind of winding down of the war in Ukraine because of the China threat. Well, that's the opposition that Biden faces. So in a sense, he's not being pressured into a more hawkish policy. He's almost being not pressured, but he has space to maneuver there. It's very different, say, from Lyndon Johnson in the early 1960s, who faced a highly militant, aggressive Barry Goldwater on the other side of the political aisle, and that pushed LBJ into more sort of hawkish positions on Vietnam. The situation of the Biden administration is different. When you look at the overall American political situation, it's easier for Biden in a way to be a German than it would for him to be a Pole. But the final point I'll make here is that there are, of course, the Germans and the Poles of Europe. And as Martin mentioned, there are major differences in interest and in attitude across Europe. To put it even more dramatically, there's Portugal and there's Estonia. And it's not just that they have different leadership. Public opinion is very different. Geography is different. Attitudes toward Russia, the war are different. And that's a European challenge. But I would say it's also an American challenge, because if the Biden administration is to praise itself for keeping unity among this very broad coalition of allies, it's going to have to keep it across this potential divide within Europe. And if the geopolitical balance is shifting, or the balance of power is shifting, as Martin mentioned, from west to east, what does that mean for the U.S., especially if the U.S. instincts are, as I think they are, a little bit more Western than Eastern when it comes to the war in Ukraine? So that simply will be a challenge. Let me say, by way of absolute conclusion, I don't think that any of these are insoluble challenges. So in that sense, I agree with Martin that it's very, sort of good and possible to have an optimistic outlook. But each of these challenges should be addressed to the extent that they can, so that the heroic narrative that the Biden administration prefers can be maintained in the future. So I'll conclude on those with those words and on that note.
Thank you very much, Michael. Mathieu? Yeah, I'm.
Everyone, good morning. All right, I guess you
again.
can hear me all right. Thanks a lot, Emmanuel, for having me, and great to be hearing from Martin and Michael. Okay, so just to discuss Russia's relation with the West and a few transatlantic perspective, a few points to make, specifically on the future of the relationship with Moscow. What we can note, interestingly, is that the relationship between Russia and the West in general has actually never been better, right? Russia is at war with us by proxy, and also for real this time in terms of how the Kremlin is projecting its foreign policy ambitions. And at NATO level, we have actually never understood the nature of the threat to transatlantic security better than in 2022. We now acknowledge that Russia is a danger and a threat to transatlantic interests. So it took us a long time to get there, but at least we finally walked the walk. Regarding Russia, what we have is simply the current Russian leadership, and I'm really talking about the Kremlin itself, furthering 30 years of consistency in their foreign policy. Consistency as in projecting that grievance narrative, the unchallengeable foreign policy perception that it is NATO's fault, that we have expanded the borders of the alliance, that we are trying to go into regime change against the Kremlin, and all the great power propaganda that the Kremlin has been feeding itself and feeding us for the past 30 years. So what we really have is an actualization of things that were laying dormant and the grievances that were already there since the end of the Cold War. The very logic of it is NATO's fault is something that resonates inside the body politic of Russia, that resonates inside information warfare, but also resonates increasingly in the rest of the world. And I'm thinking specifically about emerging countries, which also have their own say about the alliance and transatlantic community, and which NATO itself will have to consider in terms of future strategic communication on how do we project, basically, how do we project a white man military alliance to global south when governance is shifting against our interest. So basically a proxy war that the Kremlin is leveraging. It's as much about Ukraine as it is about NATO. And when it is about the West, it really is about this sort of projection of a political, moral confrontation, if not a civilizational conflict, that we must do away with the alliance, for instance, as you would hear in Russian foreign policy circles. It's also interestingly a resource war against the West. It's always been like this, and Europe consistently tried to bully Europe, more specifically when it comes to energy policy. But sitting on the other side of the Atlantic, my winter is probably not going to be as cold as yours when it comes to energy reductions, but that's the price to pay when it comes to the war with Ukraine. Now, a few points on transatlantic perspectives and the future of the relationship with Moscow. I think it was made pretty clear by my colleagues, specifically Michael, when it comes to the need for unity and the fact that we have a very clear line when it comes to unity and coherence of the alliance against the challenge, the war itself, and the Russia threats. But a few points to make that I hope will shape the debate, and I'll be happy to have questions around that. The first is that we need to accept the confrontation with the Kremlin. It is a long-term endeavor. Whether Russia is in decline or not, declinism being a new sort of dark political arcane science that people have been projecting, whether Russia is declining, whether it's on the brink of collapse economically, doesn't really matter, because it is still a threat to our interest. And it's actually even worse now, because a declining power is a power that comes back clawing once it's against the wall. So what we have is fundamentally a relationship based on competition. We need to go into damage control, and this is exactly the sort of things that US National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan has been discussing, sort of secretly, not secretly, with the Kremlin for the past few months, in terms of lines of communication, in terms of necessary de-escalation with the Kremlin when it comes to great power competition, to avoid miscalculation, to avoid tactical errors, to avoid signal failure, because we just don't talk, and when we talk, we just don't listen. The issue now is that Putin has reminded us that there are red lines to what the Kremlin considers core security interests, that we tend to cross them. We just need to know where they are. And that since there is absolutely no confidence building to be had or to be made with the Kremlin leadership at this stage, we need to accept that there will be some signal failures and communication errors that need to be discussed. So tension is a new normal. We just need to live with it, right? It's not something that is clearly palatable. It's not something that policymakers in general are comfortable with, understanding the nature of the relationship through fundamentally adversarial lens, but it is the nature of what we have, and we need to live with it and accept it. Which, my second point being, calls for basically, if we do a bit more damage control, we also need to do deterrence against the Kremlin better. We need to fundamentally rethink our approach to deterrence, to be bolder and more selective in the way that we push back against the Kremlin, and have a clear desired end state in mind. As far as I'm concerned, Putin out of the Kremlin is not a desired end state. It's called regime change. It is not necessarily something that worked well for the United States' interest in foreign policy for the past 20 years, and is not something that we should be looking for as an ultimate goal. If we can't have Putin removed, we need to live with it, which means that we need to manage it and design better principles of engagement regarding the Kremlin. What do we want collectively with the Kremlin and from the Kremlin moving forward? If we need to live with it, we need to make sure we have the painkillers to tame the pain. Basically, painkillers could be a form of better forms of deterrence, deterrence by surprise, gray zone deterrence, deterrence by resilience. There's plenty of options to explore in there. So we just need to be more creative in our approach. Another point is that we need to take the long view, right? Since if we all agree that the relationship is fundamentally not going to change as long as Putin is in power, then this is going to be a short to medium to longer term perspective. And recognize that these features of Russian foreign policy are endearing and will keep permeating Russia's future and will probably outlast Putin as well. So we need to stop assuming basically that things will get better after Putin is gone. Things could get worse, They could also get better. I just don't know. But they will not necessarily be better for Western interest. And we can't be offering olive branches or running to the Kremlin when Russia calls for a negotiated settlement in Ukraine, for instance, because the terms of any negotiated settlement over the war are completely against Western and Ukrainian interest. So this is not just about a short to medium term. This is a really long view, a long-term perspective. This will take a systemic, multi-generational software change before things can get actually better in the Kremlin and within the Russian population to potentially re-engage on different terms than on an adversarial relationship. However, it is fundamental to look for a form of stabilization with Russia in the long term. This is a post-Putin issue. Once again, there's no stabilization to be had. It's only damage control at this stage. But stabilization will need to be found at some point. I'm not saying that we should have better relations with the Kremlin. I'm just saying that we need to have acceptably adversarial relations, which also changes the narrative on how we approach the Kremlin in and on itself and what we hope to achieve at the end of the day, taking us back to our desired end state and what we want to do with the Kremlin. The argument that we hear a lot in Europe, for instance, is that we need Moscow to strengthen European security architecture, that we need also Russia to contain the threat coming from China, and so on. Well, that argument doesn't really hold up to scrutiny, right? Because Russia is actually creating more problems to European security in the long term than it's creating solutions. So whether we want to engage Russia in strategic dialogue, for instance, when it comes to nuclear weapons, when it comes to this or that part of escalation management, then yes. But the Kremlin is also feeding a lot of insecurity and a lot of issues to the transatlantic community. So we also need to find a balance between what is acceptable and what is unacceptable when it comes to the Kremlin projecting its interests. Another point is that, and probably final point on the transatlantic view, is that we also need to accept that the threat is still there, right? Even if the Kremlin is declining, even if the war is stabilizing to a certain extent, Russia will keep probing for coherence and unity of the alliance. It will keep testing, keep exploiting the cracks that we leave open in terms of governance, in terms of institutions, in terms of full spectrum warfare, voluntarily not saying hybrid, but in terms of below the threshold destabilization that go sort of below a calibrated response for NATO, specifically a military response. Which means that it's up to us to define our own red lines, right? The Kremlin has made sure that they know what their red lines are. We're not really sure when it comes to ourselves. In terms of threshold of response, I'm thinking specifically for non-kinetic threats, cyber, cable cutting activities that the Kremlin may or may not be conducting, space-based operations as well, and all the things happening in the non-kinetic realm that are basically also part of warfare as understood by Russia. And God knows that the Kremlin knows where they stand on that divide. And this is specifically important when it comes to the very context of the alliance, with Finland and Sweden joining the alliance with 2 new members, which will also shift the focus and the interest of the alliance a bit more north from this sort of Baltic high north continuum. And I very much agree with what Martin was saying, that we're a bit overstretched already, because we need to look at 360, we need to look north, we need to look east, we need to look south, and we just don't have the capabilities to look everywhere. So Finland and Sweden joining the alliance will mean a bit more of influx of interest in the north, in the Baltic, in the high north, which will also be a challenge for the alliance in terms of resources and in terms of continued coherence. So we'll probably stop there. Had a bunch of things to say about France and Russia in particular, but I'll be happy to take it as a Q&A if anyone has a question on that. So thank you very much.
Thanks to you, Mathieu. Thank you very much. I'll start very quickly with a set of questions for Martin, maybe. Martin, during your presentation, you mentioned that the role of the EU as a foreign policy actor and a security provider has been, within the context of the war in Ukraine, well more perceived in the US than it was previously. How do you explain this greater visibility of EU's action in Washington, D.C.? Do you think that it's thanks to a greater US interest toward the EU, or maybe the EU becoming more good at communicating, or maybe both? So this is my first question. I also really enjoy your point about the European Union being accused for a long time to duplicate NATO, and then NATO over the past few years being accused of duplicating the EU, and the war in Ukraine that made things more made things clearer, and with each organization getting back to its original missions. So in this clearer context, do you identify new areas of cooperation between the organization, between the EU and NATO?
Yeah, thank you, Emmanuel. On why the EU is better viewed as a security actor in DC, I mean, we started from very low. I mean, anything is an improvement from that standpoint. We had a Biden administration that was, to begin with, quite interested in working with the EU. So we had a dialogue very quickly. I mean, if you think about December 2020, when the Commission and the Council released a sort of a roadmap for restarting the transatlantic relationship, and a lot of the initiatives that were proposed at the time were in fact taken and used by the Biden administration and put in place during Biden's first visit to Brussels 6 months later, with the Trade and Technology Council being perhaps the most visible of these initiatives. So we started with an administration that was in its essence interested in working with the EU. Now, the very nature, I would say, of the war in Ukraine made the EU the best partner. I mean, had it been, you know, if we work now in the hypothetic, but if the main strategic event of the last year had been in the Indo-Pacific, probably the EU would not have had this sort of central and interesting position for the US. But it happened in Europe. It happened at a stage where the EU could provide economic aid, could provide an institutional platform to discuss these issues, and made itself relevant. So it's sort of a coincidental luck for the EU. Last point is that there has been also a need for the US to sort of find partners in a European context that was politically a bit more confusing. I mean, for the past, during the whole 8 years of the Obama administration, there was no real question. If you wanted to talk to Europe, you talked to Angela Merkel. The situation in which Biden arrives in power is when Macron is still perceived perhaps as one main interlocutor for European affairs, but you also hear already in Central and Eastern Europe a lot of frustrations vis-à-vis French leadership. So the German leadership cannot play that role anymore as this kind of bridge between DC and the rest of Europe. Obviously, London is not this bridge. So you have also a political environment in which the Commission, von der Leyen, and the Council could be seen as more powerful, more relevant for the administration. On your second point, I think, yeah, I mean, as I said, this is an optimistic take. I hope the things that I presented could in fact be implemented. I think that there is a tendency to keep to your swim lane, both in NATO and the EU, and that will have positive implications. The one area of cooperation, and this was sort of mentioned by Mathieu, is resilience. This is where actually both in the strategic compass released by the EU earlier this year and the strategic concept by NATO, this is where you would see the most obvious area for cooperation, where both the prerogatives that the EU can take would serve NATO resilience best. I would also mention actually capability building, where EU instruments, if better coordinated with the NATO NPCC, could help European allies develop the capabilities in a more coherent manner. But again, resilience is at the core of EU-NATO dialogue these days.
Merci. Michael, two questions on your presentation. So here in Europe, in most of European countries, the war in Ukraine has been directly impacting public opinions. For instance, with on the one hand a surge of solidarity among Europeans to help their Ukrainian fellows. For instance, at the beginning of the war, there were many organizations who facilitated the incoming of Ukrainian asylum seekers and Ukrainian refugees in various European countries. But on the other hand, over the past few months, there are rising concerns about the costs of the war on the everyday life of European people. I'm talking, of course, of concerns over energy shortages, food shortages, or inflation, of course. And my question is, to what extent does the war in Ukraine impact the American public opinion, or maybe does not impact this public opinion? And my second question is that, so I got your point about the result of the midterms not likely to affect the course of US foreign policy, but still with former President Donald Trump likely to come closer, to power. Do you think that this is not going to affect the US foreign policy and maybe make it more erratic and then less efficient? Maybe third question, but it's more specific. Can you talk a bit more about the, if you have any clues, of course, about the turf battles, the bureaucratic battles in Washington, D.C., for instance, at the NSC, between China people and Russia people, if this battle still occurs, of course. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Emmanuel, for the questions. In terms of public opinion, I think it's clear that the war is a lot further away from the United States than it is from Europe. So, the sense among Americans that the war affects their daily life, in bad ways, or that it's a part of a sort of collective project is, I think, weaker than it is in Europe. But at the same time, I think it's necessary to point out that although the U.S. is stereotypically very polarized, and everything I said about Trump a moment ago is relevant, I think support for Ukraine crosses a lot of partisan borders in the United States. There's not, as far as I can tell, even with Trump, sort of words of praise for Putin. You have the journalist Tucker Carlson, who is sort of in a curious place when it comes to the war in Ukraine. But I think that's really about criticism of the Biden administration. It's not about either Ukraine or Russia. So I think that the sort of vast majority of Americans feel that the war is Russia's fault, and that Russia needs in some way to be opposed. Is there a strong link in the minds of Americans between inflation and the war in Ukraine? I'm not sure that there is. So, there's room for political entrepreneurs on the right side of the political spectrum to perhaps challenge the Biden administration on the issue of Ukraine, but there's not a lot of room. Maybe that will change in a year's time, but I think that the public that matters, the constituencies that matter, are for the time being behind the Biden administration. Now, in terms of the midterms, there's one point I didn't make, but you can sort of link it back to what you were saying, Emmanuel, about some European concerns about inflation and about the war. A very strong Republican victory, lots of questions on Capitol Hill about the war, perhaps trials that could be held on Capitol Hill related to the war in Ukraine. It's not impossible. A sort of Donald Trump that's very invested in being critical of the Biden administration, the war in Ukraine. I think what that could do in certain parts of Europe is legitimate opposition to the war. You could sort of point in Italy or Hungary or other places where there's sort of skepticism about Brussels and about the Eastern European position on the war. You could sort of point to the United States and say, well, look, this politician is saying it, or Trump is saying it, and that could become a bit of a problem. So I might worry over the course of the next year about what U.S. politics will legitimate in Europe. It's not a huge worry, but it's certainly something to watch. And your third question about China, I think that there are especially on the Republican side, thinkers who feel that there is something zero-sum about the global situation, and the more that's given to Ukraine, the less there is to support Taiwan and sort of manage the China problem in the Indo-Pacific. There are such voices, certainly. Maybe Henry Kissinger was at the beginning of the war, sort of in that camp, but they're pretty marginal. I think within the Biden administration, there's a acute sense that success in Ukraine will translate into greater credibility and greater prospects for success in the Indo-Pacific. It's not that one is fighting China by supporting Ukraine. That would be too primitive and crude a way of putting it. But by succeeding in Ukraine, something valuable is being achieved vis-a-vis China. So it's not either or. It's that, the transatlantic alliance, the U.S. has to succeed in Europe, and the visible signs of its success in Europe are going to matter a lot to alliance building and deterrence of China in the Indo-Pacific. So I would outline that as mainstream conventional thinking, certainly within the Biden administration, but in most of Washington, D.C. And that's also a good sign, going back to Martin's optimism, it's sort of a good sign for why support for the existing Ukraine policy will continue.
Thanks, Michael. And Mathieu, I'm turning to you now. Thank you very much, and the point taken on the moral and political projection by Russia against the West you mentioned. That might not change after Putin will leave one day or the other the power, and I really appreciate your point about things couldn't get better, but things also could get worse. That being said, my question is, given the huge cost associated to the current war in Ukraine, not only in terms of economics, not only in terms of sanctions, but also in terms of military might, in terms of the prestige of the Russian military, in terms of morale, do you think that this moral projection against the West is sustainable, not on the long run, but even on the short and the mid run? My second question is more specific, and sorry for that, but on the high north, do you see any recent evolution of the Russian military posture in the Arctic region, resulting from two trends? On the one hand, maybe an overall decrease of the Russian military might, resulting from Russia's ongoing war in Ukraine, and on the other, of course, the accession of Sweden and Finland to NATO. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Emmanuel. Great question. So the million-dollar question, right? Will Putin survive the war, or will the war survive Putin in a way? So listen, it's interesting. I'm not an internal Russia policy expert, so I can't really tell you about the ins and outs of the administration itself. But it's interesting to see that for the past 20 years of Putinism, the social contract that Putin forced upon the population is basically based on the disengagement of foreign policy. Your life will get better, just don't ask too many questions when it comes to foreign policy and Russian foreign policy choices. To the point where it was often a joke that there's no such thing as a Russian foreign policy, it's only the sort of armed hand of internal politics, if you will. This has changed now with the second invasion of Ukraine in 2022, because what Putin is asking the population is actually to get engaged into Russian bad foreign policy choices, to be partially mobilized, to get sacrificed, to denazify, quote unquote, Ukraine. So beyond the sort of fratricide approach to the conflict, it is changing the sort of social contract between the population and the Kremlin. So it is, of course, imposing huge costs. I completely agree. When it comes to sanctions, where Russia has been shielding itself from sanctions since 2014, 2015, and they've learned to live with it. Countries of that size and that economy can actually sustain the brunt of sanctions for the time being. When it comes to the cost, well, the cost in financial terms is irrelevant, because what the Kremlin is doing is basically collapsing all the money and the reserves that they have to feed the war machine. So even if Russia runs out of cash, they will still find the money to fuel the war. So this is sort of an irrelevant thing. Whatever comes next, right, if it means that Russia is teetering on the brink of economic extinction, is not really a Putin problem, because he would assume that they will go full throttle until the end. which is basically declaring victory, or at least having a different theory of victory than they set out for in the first place, which was to subdue Ukraine completely, but at least to have a form of war termination strategy and theory of victory that fits the Kremlin's interests. So we're not there yet, right? There will be discussions around the spring offensive. There will be discussions about potentially a third war in 5 to 10 years. So, you know, it's also about the long term. So about the morale, yes, morale has never been high. I mean, nobody really wanted to denazify, once again, quote unquote, Ukraine in the first place, and never really thought that they would be going to war against their brothers in Kiev, but still that's what's happening. So morale has never been really high, and will to fight has never been really high in any way. This means that it's pretty stable, to be honest, because there's a coalition of the elite around the war aims and about the war. Yes, you have some criticism, and you can see it from these sort of nationalists, very hardliners like Prigozhin, Yevgeny Prigozhin, the head of Wagner, the infamous leader of Chechnya, Ramzan Kadyrov. These two people have sort of been leading the sort of very hardline nationalistic ambitions in the Kremlin. But these are the necessary sort of venting mechanisms that the Kremlin has to show that the war is not going according to plans, but still it's going somewhere and we're winning, right? Winning being a sort of very loaded term these days. But anyway, that's the very logic, I think, that the Kremlin is projecting. There is still stability because what the elite and the Kremlin craves is basically stability. And war brings a form of stability and coalition around one aim. And since in the streets and in the civil society, there is absolutely no form of opposition possible, I mean, God knows that the Kremlin has surgically and methodically removed any bone of contention inside civil society, inside the justice system, inside the journalist sphere, and so on, that nobody really has the ability to coalesce or form a systemic opposition from the regions, from, you know, the bottom up to the Kremlin, and take these claims to the Kremlin to ask no more. So we're not there yet. Things are likely to change in the short to medium term, and then we'll see, right? It's very quantum, could get worse, could get better. We just don't know. When it comes to the High North, thank you for the heads up on Arctic affairs. So part of Russia's rhetoric before the war was that most of the non-Russian Arctic is close to NATO territory, right? It was NATO plus Sweden and Finland. And now, from the other side of the window, it's interesting to see that whole of the non-Russian Arctic is actually NATO territory. So it is vindicating Russia's position and Russia's posture, making it stronger that, yes, indeed, look, the alliance is increasing its, you know, its footprint. It is bringing its borders closer to us. Russia has a very schizophrenic approach when it comes to NATO itself. So they would argue in the Kremlin that it's not the alliance they have a problem with, it's the posting of permanent military installations, specifically long-range and medium-range systems and air defense systems that could dampen or limit Russia's ability to leverage warfare against NATO. So anyone, you know, in the foreign policy circles of Russia would tell you, we don't have a problem with the alliance itself. We actually love the alliance because it gives us, you know, the reason for an existential threat. And there's nothing better for the body politic of a country to coalesce around a threat, right? So NATO is actually a great threat to play with. But what they would argue they have a problem with is military troops from NATO, specifically rotating troops and high readiness troops, and missile systems, basically NATO weapons. And this is something that comes back in the discussions very often. So what the Kremlin has already warned is that they would not want any form of posting of military presence in Finland and Sweden, specifically NATO weapon systems in the region, to which Finland and Sweden have already said, well, fine, we're not going to have permanent posting of troops and of weapons, at least for the time being. So to try to mitigate Russia's posture. So if anything, it has actually gone worse, and it has actually gone better for the Kremlin in terms of vindicating their worldview, but it also has actually gone worse for us in terms of managing escalating threats and managing the fact that the Kremlin will definitely be poking around unity, be poking and probing coherence of the alliance, and will definitely be conducting some saber-rattling activities, some threshold testing, specifically air intercepts, naval buzzing, and so on in the coming months. This is quite predictable and will be coming. not least because most of the naval assets of the Northern Fleet have not been mobilized during the war. Not talking about the troops, there's some very interesting evidence to show that some of the members of the Arctic Brigade at the Battalion Tactical Group were sent to be slaughtered in Ukraine. They trained for an Arctic environment, they ended in Ukraine and did quite poorly in high-intensity warfare, but that's another part of the story. So in a way, it's interesting to see that the High North will definitely be part and parcel of future NATO policy when it comes to managing the nature of the threat, and is feeding Russia's great power grievance narrative that, look, NATO is getting closer to us. So quite a perfect storm, if I can say, of Arctic issues to be dealing with in the future.
Thank you, Mathieu. Merci. Maybe I will open the question to the audience now. Yeah, so we are running out of time, so maybe we'll take just three questions, and then we'll wrap up.
Thank you. My question is just we can hear and read extensively very optimistic comments on the fact that NATO is back. All parties are aligned. The brain dead and the obsolete topic is behind. There's no issue anymore. Isn't it a very short-sighted view and too optimistic? Because issues that NATO had in the past are still existing. Greece, Turkey, and also we can see Eastern countries which are not so aligned, and I can only recommend the reading of a Globsec, this Slovakian trend 2022, which shows the big gap between Eastern and Central countries on who is their preferred partner between Russia, Germany, and US. So past issues have not disappeared, but everything seems only positive, and everybody is optimistic. And I would like to understand what would be the US position and how they would behave if issues within NATO would come back, and inevitably some of them will come back. Thank you.
One more question, no regrets?
Okay, I'll take it. Thanks. Thank you very much for the question. I don't think that anybody would assume that there's no more issues within the alliance. Obviously, as you said, I mean, all the things that were there before the invasion are still there. And you mentioned Turkey. I would say that on the brain dead comment, I mean, it had a lot to do with U.S. leadership during the Trump administration. So we discussed that in the first panel, what would happen with a Republican majority or perhaps a Republican president after 2024. But this is something that at least is not as prevalent now with the Biden administration. I would say that the main difference is that before you had all of this and no common goal. Right now you have all of this, but you do have actually a momentum to work together on a common approach to one clearly defined threat, which is the one posed by Russia. The fact that there is prioritization in the strategic concept was not a given. Many people thought that it would be some sort of a long list of a wish list of all the things that the alliance had to do. Now you see through the different articles clearly what will be the focus of the alliance, and this is something I think that should be seen as positively. The fact that there will be a new increase in defense spending across Europe, or at least an attempt to sustain the defense effort, is also something that shouldn't be taken for granted. And that is why also it triggered a sort of wave of optimism that perhaps, you know, this is a kind of word that we hear too often, that perhaps this is another wake-up call and there will be a reaction. So short answer is absolutely nothing is gone, some sort of miraculously resolving all of the internal issues. But you had that, and you had no common purpose. Now you do have this purpose, which does change the dynamic within the alliance and outside.
Emmanuel, could I jump in on that?
Yeah, sure, Michael.
4 very quick points. I think it's a great question. I haven't read the GlobeSec report, but I think on the matter of domestic support for NATO within Europe, it's I think, and Martin, I think you were making a similar point. I think it's quite a bit stronger than it was before the war, and obviously Sweden and Finland are sort of benchmarks of that, and that's the most meaningful trend at the moment. It may not last forever, but it's certainly a very meaningful trend. The second point I would make about NATO in terms of its effectiveness, the point of NATO, the purpose of NATO is to be a defensive military alliance. And since 1949, it's succeeded brilliantly at that and continues to succeed. Putin, for all of his attempts to probe and to explore methods of hybrid warfare, is, I think, genuinely afraid of NATO, and that's to the credit of the alliance. Third point, with Trump, and I think many populist politicians, we could turn our attention to the Italian government, if that's the right word for it, populist. But, with Trump, he said that NATO was obsolete, but then when he was president, 2 new countries entered NATO. He didn't destroy the alliance, and a lot of military spending, U.S. military spending vis-a-vis Europe, increased under Trump. So, he's a complicated figure, but hard to say during his presidency that he was really anti-NATO. And I think that speaks to a lot of people who flirt with populist critiques of NATO in Europe and the U.S. But finally, to acknowledge, the sort of the question you have about over-optimism, I think where NATO has consistently failed since 2001 is on its periphery. It failed in Libya. It was not really a factor in Syria. And of course, Afghanistan is not at all to the credit of NATO. It's really a catastrophe, and that can't be forgotten. And in that sense, NATO is not succeeding in Ukraine. It failed to deter Russia. It's not really a bona fide partner of Ukraine. It's assisting in certain ways. It's not designed to be a partner of Ukraine because Ukraine is not a member. And so there, too, you see a lot of problems on NATO's periphery. So I think the alliance is very strong. I think support for it is fine, but I think NATO has to figure out how to do better on its periphery, and that, I think, is a very, very considerable challenge.
Thank you.
Very, very short, and my apologies if, Martin, if you mentioned it at the beginning of your talk, because I missed a few beginning minutes, but can you give us an order of comparison on European contribution to compare to the American contribution to, I guess, the overall economic financial aid to Ukraine?
Yeah, I mean, so what we have, the main source of data is by the Kiel Institute, which is something that the French government has clearly said that is not actually accurate. I think the French were kind of angry at the numbers, but what we see dated of, I think, mid-October, the Americans, all things taken into account, provided around 52 billion euros to Ukraine, economic, humanitarian, military. EU institutions plus European countries all combined gave 29 billion. So you almost have a ratio of 1 to 2 between European contribution and American contribution.
Okay. So I think we'll stop now because we're already late. Thank you very much again to our panelists, and thanks remotely to Mathieu and to Michael. It was really great to have you here today. Wish you a nice day in America. I think we can applaud our panelists. Yeah. And thank you, Martin.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think we're gonna get starting. Wanted to wait a little bit to know whether more people would come. I'm delighted to chair that third panel. I apologize not for being able to come for the first and second one in the morning. The idea of that panel is to address, of course, the US-China rivalry, both in the transatlantic and in the Indo-Pacific theater, with, of course, a focus on the Indo-Pacific theater. We are delighted to have Zach Cooper for the AEI, the American Enterprise Institute, joining us from DC, I guess, or at least from the US. So thank you very much for joining. Pierre will be discussing Zach's presentation. So maybe the best would be for Zach to give us a US perspective on the current US-China strategic rivalry and the impact in the Indo-Pacific. Then I will follow up a little bit with some elements of the Chinese perception on that same US-China rivalry. And then, of course, we will start discussing with Pierre, and then I will, of course, get all of your questions. The idea is to have an as interactive as possible panel in this early afternoon, just after lunch, so I know you are all digesting. So we'll try our best for you to stay awake. So Zach, if you want to start maybe with your presentation. I mean, you're the guest speaker of the day. So we're more than delighted to listen to you for, I don't know, 15 minutes? 10 to 15 minutes?
Perfect.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I really wish I could be there with you in person rather than here in Washington. But it's really wonderful to be able to join you. And thank you, Antoine and Pierre, for your comments. I'm really looking forward to your thoughts. So I wanted to just start off with the framing, which I think, lots of people talk about this as a US-China rivalry. And I think to the extent that that's how people see the rivalry or the competition, actually that means the United States is failing. Because the US goal is really not to make this a US-China rivalry, but to make sure that it's seen as a competition between some group of countries, and we can talk about what that group should be, and China over the rules of the existing international order. And I think, unfortunately, a lot of the language that sometimes Americans have used is really about US-China strategic competition or rivalry. But the reality is that that actually plays into Beijing's hand, which is to suggest that this is really just a rivalry over power, right? And that what's at question is really, maybe military power predominantly or economic power. And in fact, what the US wants to argue is that this isn't so much a competition over power, it's a competition over the rules of the order. And if that's the competition, it really shouldn't be a US-China competition. It should be a competition between China and then a group of states that have a different view about what those rules should be. I think there are basically 4 different categories of rules, and so I want to talk through what those are. So in my mind, the 4 categories are security, economics, technology, and then what I'm just going to call global governance rules, things like climate change. And I think in each of those areas, what the United States should be doing is trying to build coalitions to basically reform some of the rules that aren't working and make sure that they have broad support among the international community. So I want to just walk through how I see each of those 4 areas. And I want to start off by noting my view is that there isn't one coalition. There's not going to be one group or one set of rules. Actually, we're going to have a different set of countries that support rules in each of these 4 areas. And in fact, many of the countries will support rules that are similar to those that the US likes in security, but not support them on global governance. So for example, Vietnam has very similar security views to that of the United States in East Asia, but it has a very different view about domestic governance, about some global governance issues, and that's okay. So I want to walk through each of these 4 areas and sketch out what I think are the emerging coalitions and some of the challenges. So let's start with the security area. I'm a security person, as my friend Gary there knows, so it's the most natural for me. I think when the United States thinks about the rules that are about security, it really has 2 groups in mind. And I think the main group in Europe, of course, is NATO and to some extent the EU. And then the main group in the Indo-Pacific is increasingly the Quad. And I know this will sound a little strange because the Quad always says that it is not a security or a military organization. But in fact, the only thing that the Quad countries have in common is a shared set of security concerns about China, right? India and the United States are not part of the regional trade agreements at the moment, so they're not leading on economic issues. India has a completely different set of technology views and policies than the rest of the Quad. It's fairly protectionist, and in some ways increasingly so. And then on the global governance issues, things like climate change, actually, India, Australia have very different views than, say, Japan on some of these issues. But on security, they have very similar views, right? A specific concern about China and its increasing willingness to use the threat of force or the use of force in its own region. And of course, the Japanese and the Indians have seen this more directly, but Australia has seen a fair amount of coercion over the last 3 or 4 years, largely of the economic variety. And so I think what you're seeing in the Indo-Pacific is that the US is turning to the Quad as this nascent balancing group, balancing against the rise of Chinese military power. Now, I think that leaves some tough questions about where NATO fits in and how, for example, the French and the German and the British Indo-Pacific policies fit in. And I think that's something that we haven't thought nearly enough, in part about how France, UK, Germany in particular should tie into the Quad, or how the Quad can tie into some of the work that NATO and EU are doing. But from my standpoint, this security coalition is starting to emerge. It is a very small coalition, and it's still very nascent, but I think it's emerging around the Quad. So what about economics? I think the economic domain, actually, we have a bit of a stronger coalition in the economic domain. I think it's forming around the G7. And the G7, I think, has been increasingly forceful in trying to uphold a shared set of rules about economic behavior. I will note, the United States often does not follow these rules. So the action that the European Union just is in the middle of taking right now over what we call the Inflation Reduction Act and some policies that are very protectionist, I actually think is entirely fair. Because at times the United States doesn't actually embrace the economic rules that would benefit us. This was true of the Trump administration, and it's been true to some extent of the Biden administration as well. So I'm not suggesting that the rules are necessarily dictated by the United States, but I do think that there are a shared set of economic expectations, right? So in the economic domain, for me, those are things like the fact that the market should drive pricing, that states shouldn't be able to invest nearly unlimited amounts of money in industries to gain a competitive advantage, that states shouldn't engage in intellectual property theft for commercial purposes. All of these sorts of practices are embodied in a lot of our views of the international economic order. Not perfectly so, right? I think, in fact, the order would be much more effective if the US would allow the World Trade Organization to function effectively. But at the end of the day, I think the G7 has been quite forceful on trying to stand up for some of those rules and, in fact, make some new ones. So things like the global minimal tax, which I know will have some critics, but these are efforts to rewrite rules in ways that are not just advantageous for the United States, but potentially for not just the G7 either, but for a broader set of countries so that they can compete fairly in the economic domain. So I think in the security area, we've got the Quad starting to form. In the economic area, we've got the G7 starting to make some economic rules. That brings us to the tech area, where I think we're struggling the most to figure out what these groupings should look like. We've heard talk about different groups. Some have called this the Technology 12 or the Technology 14, the whole variety of different countries. I think what we've seen is that actually it's really hard to figure out what the right technology grouping is. The closest we have at the moment is probably the US-EU Trade and Technology Council, which is, I think, trying to hammer out some difficult challenges between the US and Europe on a variety of technology issues, right? Everything from privacy to exactly how we're going to allow data to be stored in our countries and data to be shared and used in others. And these sorts of principles on technology issues are an area where, you know, we don't have agreement yet between the US and the EU, nor between a lot of our friends in Asia, right? I think Japan, Korea, Taiwan, India, all have somewhat different views on some of these issues. But it's clear to me that we're going to have to try and write these rules on technology issues, lest we see the Chinese in particular, but to some extent the Russians and others, try and write the rules themselves around principles like cyber sovereignty, right? about control of data within their countries or data localization or access to data or breaking of encryption, all of these sorts of things, which I think are fundamentally challenges to the way that we would like to operate in the technology space, and things that frankly would increase state control of information and technology in really negative ways. So in the technology area, I think unfortunately we don't have a clear group that is leading on these technology issues globally. The closest we have is in the transatlantic context, the Trade and Technology Council. And then finally, on the broader set of global governance issues, things like climate change and domestic governance, I think we're also quite lost. So the United States under the Biden administration tried to put forward what we called the Summit for Democracy last year, which I think for all intents and purposes was a failure. The summit was an effort to try and sort of write some basic rules around democracy and how we think it should operate. I don't think it did that effectively. You do have efforts, obviously the COP meeting in Egypt right now is pushing ahead on climate issues. But I think we're seeing that there's still real disagreement on a lot of these kinds of global governance issues and no clarity about who should lead on some of these issues in particular. And the US has tried at times, not always consistently, but has tried at times to lead on these issues. But, in short, I think what we're seeing is that we have nascent coalitions on security and on economics, but we're struggling to even come up with the right conceptualization on technology issues and global governance issues for how to build and spread these rules. And so I think the risk is exactly as the title of this panel is named, that the rivalry between US and China ends up being seen less as a rivalry about the rules and exactly what those rules should be, and a broader coalition of countries trying to persuade China that it should adjust itself to some of the rules, and instead becomes seen as a US-China dynamic. I think there's been a fair amount of sloppy rhetoric, as I said at the top, from the United States about strategic competition or about US-China competition, which has fed into these dynamics. But at the end of the day, this isn't going to be anything like the Cold War, right? We're not going to see two blocks of countries competing against one another. I don't think we'll see a coherent NATO-like bloc or a coherent Warsaw Pact-like bloc for a couple of reasons. One is that a lot of the countries that we share interests with have very different domestic governance structures. So we're trying to work with a whole substantial number of autocratic governments in this effort. And in the Cold War in Europe in particular, we largely were working with democracies. Not only that, we were working with democracies with relatively similar economic forms of governance, right? We were mostly capitalist, and the Warsaw Pact was basically communist. And so in the Cold War, we had a very simple coalition building challenge, which was how to bring together democracies that were capitalist, that were all worried about one main military challenge, which was Soviet breakout through the Fulda Gap. Now what we have are not democracies, a whole range of countries. Some are democratic, but many are not. Some of them are capitalist, but some are not, like Vietnam, for example. And almost none of these countries worry about the same military challenge, right? Japan worries about the East China Sea. Korea worries about the Korean Peninsula. Taiwan worries about the Taiwan Strait. Philippines worries about, perhaps the Spratly Islands. Vietnam worries more about the Paracel Islands. Australia worries about threats to its near abroad. India worries about its border. France worries about, a variety of its interests in the Pacific Islands and elsewhere. And you could go on down the line. And so the challenge, I think, for us, and I'll end here, is how do we build these coalitions in these four different areas? And they're going to be separate groupings of countries because countries are going to have separate interests in each of these four areas. How do we build these groupings in a way that's really coherent and really builds up strong rules? And can we do that? And I'll say, I'm certainly hopeful, but I think the jury is very much out on our ability to do this and to do it effectively. So with that, I'll really look forward to comments from Pierre and Antoine on these points and others. And thanks again so much for having me.
Thank you very much for this very enlightening, presentation, and we will for sure discuss it with Pierre. Just to go back maybe on the Chinese perspective on the current US-China rivalry, I will not focus on the official discourse, I would say the official Chinese communication, but maybe on the perception that the experts, be there from the governments or from private think tank, might have and might publish in China. What is quite interesting that there is a very big coherence and continuity in the analysis over the last 15 years. And I would say that if there is a turning point, that is the election of Barack Obama, that is considered as being a new start for the US-China relation that is still ongoing. What is quite important is that for the Chinese perspective, since the end of the Cold War and following the 1990s, the US and the West in general has started to decline. And for sure, the economic and financial crisis at the end of the 2000s is considered as having impacted a lot global balance and is presented by some as the beginning, I would say, of the relative decline of the US and of the West. Starting in the late the late 2000s, the main issue being discussed in the Chinese academia and expertise was basically the distribution of power in the international system and the way China and the US fit into it. What was quite important back then was the name of the end of the post-Cold War era and the beginning of a new era considered 15 years ago as marked by the rise of globalization and multipolarization. The idea being back then that the world was actually the power in the international system was getting more distributed with the dispersion, I quote, of power to the detriment, of course, to the US and to the West, and that China de facto was emerging as one of the pole and soon to become one of the two pole in the system. When I mentioned the election of Barack Obama, what is quite important is that as early as 2009 and way before the so-called US pivot or US rebalancing to the Asia-Pacific, the Chinese literature was full of one single concept. It was the return to Asia-Pacific, so-called return to Asia-Pacific. The idea was like the decade in which, in the 2000s, the US focused mostly on the Middle East and Afghanistan was coming to an end, and that the US eventually was returning to the Asia-Pacific, mostly actually to Southeast Asia, not really to Northeast Asia, but that they were actually kind of a global rebalancing act even before the US starting to try to theorize and conceptualize it. What is quite important back then, it was 15 years ago, even though the US was trying to rebalance the region, China considered that the US had unrivaled influence in the region, that the US was, I quote, trying to do a total containment of China to create a new Cold War situation, spreading democratic revolution, etc. The idea back then was that China felt threatened that this US repositioning to the Asia-Pacific, soon to become the Indo-Pacific, was of course detrimental to their interest. The election, actually, of Donald Trump was in the continuity from the Chinese perspective. It, in a way, created opportunities to negotiate directly with the president and at the same time, of course, confronted the Chinese with some trade, sanction, etc. What is quite interesting is that back then in 2016, 2017, 2018, the main argument in the Chinese academia was the so-called ultra hardline policy that the US was about to adopt against China and would keep. The so-called anti-China policy, anti-China forces started to emerge in the press. And one interesting comment is actually from one of the directors of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences that explained that for the very first time, actually, since the end of the 19th century, and the first, of course, Sino-US interaction, the two countries were about to consider each other as their main strategic rival, which was never the case before, and that the convergence of interests that have governed the development of relations since at least the Second World War, was basically ended. The current situation is considered mostly in the Chinese press the worst since the establishment of diplomatic relations in 1979. And what is quite interesting is that the election of Joe Biden in 2020 was not seen as altering the dynamic because the Biden administration was considered as not able to reverse the measures taken by the Trump administration, and that appeasement, if it was possible, would be only very limited due to the intensification de facto of the Sino-US competition. The Chinese academia and Chinese publication are full of the so-called New Cold War concept. So you might have some experts like the president of the Institute of Foreign Affairs considering that the two countries have gone cold. Some others, and 60% of 100 Chinese academics that were interviewed in 2020 considered, 60% of them, that the US was waging a new Cold War de facto against China. The terms that are being used in China are multiple, from strategic rivals to hybrid competition to ideological competition or even competitive coexistence. What is sure is that most of the Chinese experts consider that there is a precarious peace and that there is de facto a new Iron Curtain that the US is trying to set up in the region, mostly in the Indo-Pacific. The US is still considered as keeping a dominant position and has, I quote, a positional advantage over China. But that advantage is eroding, and China, of course, can, in a way, rebalance more and mostly the US. One of the core of the analysis from the Chinese side over the last 2 years has focused on the US strategy of technological hegemony, the way it's presented in China. The idea is basically that the US government is seek to impede the free flow of technology, data, capital, markets, and talents between the US and China, and trying, of course, to prevent the Chinese development. So the term technological hegemony is a term that is widely spread in the Chinese literature. There is either a technology war, a technological war, and the idea, of course, is that the US is trying to maintain its lead by, I quote, running faster than the others. As a result, the US so-called science diplomacy toward China is being presented as oscillating between limited blocking and limited flow, with a trend, of course, going towards limited blocking these days. The term selective decoupling are widely used within the academia. And according to the Wuhan Institute Research Group on the Sino-US technological competition that was actually created in 2019, there is a need, of course, for the Chinese to adapt to it, to mostly implement asymmetric catch-up strategy to break the so-called technology blockade by focusing on key technologies, the so-called killer technologies. And what is quite interesting is that in this area, the Chinese experts do not consider that China can cooperate so much, either with the Europeans or with the emerging countries, and that, I would say, domestic component, developing Chinese autonomous and independent capacities are considered by far as being the only solution. That China basically cannot, unlike the US, rely on some key partners to confront the US, and that China has to build up its own capacities, including in the economic and technological domain. So, of course, from that, you could consider that it's only the analysis from experts and academics in China, but with the growing evolution of the freedom of academia in China, you might consider that these views are mostly basically the mainstream view in China. So once again, the view that over the last 15 years, that US is prioritizing decoupling, containment, and that the key strategy of the US is as an hegemonic power is to seek to hinder Chinese development, and in particular, increasingly in the field of science and technology these days. So I would stop here just to give you a very brief overview of the Chinese perspective from the academia. And maybe Pierre, if you would like to comment on the DAC presentation.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you very much indeed to Zach for this very interesting presentation. I think you clearly showed that for the US, that the US approach to coalition building against China is, or at least should, according to you, be very flexible, or even perhaps ad hoc. In terms of geography, that is the fact that the United States doesn't necessarily have the same partners in different regions, but also you emphasized a lot on this point, according to the sectors. And of course, as you said, the key problem that arises from this strategy is the question of coherence. And I think that Europe, in particular, is at the core, or the case of Europe, let's say, crystallizes the question of coherence here. I would argue that it's difficult to completely disconnect geographical focus and also sectors. Because, of course, even if different regional actors have different regional concerns or threat perceptions, we live in the same planet, and there are also knock-on effects between military theaters. And this is in particular a concern of mine because I'm working with a few IRSEM colleagues in particular on the potential knock-on effects between theaters, for instance, between Asia and Europe. And there is also potential cases, or there are also potential interdependence or spillover effects between sectors, and that should also be considered. First, looking at the question of military partnerships, you were very clear that for you the Quad is the most relevant format against China, which raises obviously the question of NATO. We know that in the latest NATO summit in Madrid, NATO formalized what it had already said in a few summit communiques before, that it considered China as a challenge, not directly as a threat, not directly as the core business of NATO, but as an important challenge. So the question is, what should we do about this challenge? What role should NATO have vis-a-vis this challenge? I would personally argue that there is not necessarily a strong role, a strong direct role for NATO in the Indo-Pacific vis-a-vis China, and I think it's consistent with what you have said in your presentation. But nevertheless, that NATO should take the China factor very seriously and the potential impact of a crisis in the Indo-Pacific on NATO's posture in Europe seriously. We know also that according to the new NATO defense posture, NATO is supposed to have a more than 300,000 force on the Eastern Front defending Europe against Russia, available quite quickly in less than a month. And the question is, if there are obviously the case of simultaneous crisis in Europe and in the Indo-Pacific, what would be the implication for US forces and for US contribution to in the European theater? And indirectly, what would be the, how should Europeans prepare for that contingency, and how should they take this factor into account? It also connects to another recent document, which is the US National Defense Strategy, which is, I believe, but correct me if I'm wrong, in the continuity of the 2018 document, by focusing on the idea that the US should be ready for one major war against one great power, and not necessarily against several great powers at the same time. And goes even further by clearly hierarchy, with a clear hierarchy between these great powers, saying that China is the so-called pacing threat, so the long-term and most important focus, while Russia is an acute threat. So what I understand as a more short-term threat. I think, it explains, or it provides some explanation for the decisions adopted by the U.S. administration in the past few months. Some have wondered whether we were witnessing a new pivot to Europe after the potential, after much talk about a potential pivot to Asia. Some have also criticized the U.S. administration's decision based on the idea that the U.S. should more clearly and explicitly prioritize Asia. What I understand after the publication of this document is that for the current U.S. administration, it's not really a pivot to Europe, it's focusing in the short term on defeating and weakening Russia so that it is easier in the medium term to focus on China. This is what I understand while reading this document, but I would be happy to have your view on this. So that's the first question, the indirect connection between the European theater and the Indo-Pacific theater. Second question, which is also connected to intersectoral interdependence. What should be the role of European powers, the European Union in particular, if there is a crisis in the Indo-Pacific in terms of economic sanctions? Because, as you said, perhaps European powers are not necessarily the most relevant partners in terms of military posture vis-à-vis China in the Indo-Pacific, but we know that the European Union in particular is a very important partner for China in terms of trade and investment. And what would the US expect from its European partners, NATO and European Union partners? Because I think that we would have a new situation here. When Russia attacked Ukraine, many countries beyond Europe adopted sanctions against Russia, but it was in a way easy in the sense that these, for instance, Asian powers, for instance, Japan, do not necessarily have strong economic links and exchanges with Russia. So for them, it's easy to adopt, let's say, symbolic solidarity demonstrations. In the case of China, for Europe, it would not be symbolic. It would be a very strong decision, a very important decision to adopt sanctions vis-à-vis China. So, again, how would you consider this this question of economic sanctions in case of a crisis in Asia? And finally, even if Europeans are not necessarily the most important military actors, or even the most important military partners for the United States in the Indo-Pacific, are there not, let's say, niche in the Indo-Pacific region in which Europeans can have a valuable complementary role? If we look at another recent document, the European Union Strategic Compass, we can read between the lines that there is a growing interest for the Indian Ocean, which could be considered by Europeans as a potential niche, strategic niche, because there is already a European Union operation in the Indian Ocean. There is also a European-led operation in the Strait of Hormuz. That's a background, even if very limited, that's a context that perhaps could encourage Europeans in the future to take the security of the Indian Ocean more seriously. And in this case, could the United States consider European partners as valuable partners, not necessarily in the around Taiwan, but in some sub-region of the Indo-Pacific in case of more serious confrontation with China, and how could we coordinate our efforts and our interests in the regions? That's it for me, but thank you very much for this very, very interesting presentation, and I'm also looking forward to your responses and to the audience reactions. Thank you.
Zach, I think I can let you answer to Pierre's comments and questions.
Excellent. Well, I think both of those comments were fantastic, and I agree with everything you've said. And Pierre, in particular, let me just build on a couple of points you made, because I think they're exactly right. So let me be clear. I think Europe has a really important role to play on China issues, right? I think on economic issues, on technology, on global governance, Europe is going to be a leading player. On the military side, I completely agree with your framing, which is that this is less a NATO issue about NATO operating in Asia, but that doesn't mean that there isn't an important role for Europe broadly in the Indo-Pacific region. So let me try and explain what I mean by that. I worked at NATO for a little bit back in 2009, 2010. When the United States was pushing NATO very hard to focus on out-of-area operations, which at the time meant really Afghanistan. And when I look back at that time, I often think that we pushed very hard, unfortunately, for NATO to build some capabilities, which at the time were important, but left us, frankly, as an alliance, less focused on the real challenge from Russia that we should have been focused on. And I don't want us to do that again. I don't want the US to push so hard for NATO to try and be relevant in the Indo-Pacific that in some ways we forget about the challenge we need to focus on here and now, which is Russia. So I think challenge number one for NATO has to be Russia in the near term. But that doesn't mean that NATO doesn't have some absolutely critical niche roles, and that European countries in particular themselves aren't going to play a critical role. So, for example, I have been very active in trying to suggest that I first of all would say France is a power, right, in both the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean, with territory, with interests. It's going to be a Pacific player regardless of what NATO does. And I think we should be looking for ways to work very closely with France, maybe not in the NATO context, but on a US-France bilateral basis, and on a broader regional basis in both the Indian and the Pacific Oceans. The same is true to some extent with the UK. And I think we'll also see that Germany will have some presence. But I think that may not be in a sort of NATO context. It may be more directly with those countries in their individual capacities. Now, where can NATO play a substantial role in the Indo-Pacific and vis-a-vis China? I think there are a couple of areas. One of them is China's activities in the Euro-Atlantic area, and I think the NATO strategic concept makes very clear that NATO is going to be focused on that, on what China is doing in Europe, in North America, and it makes sense for NATO to focus on those challenges. I think another area which I think is really potentially fruitful is the Arctic, and especially with the enlargement of NATO to include more Arctic players. I think that means that we're going to see NATO potentially take on more of a role in the Arctic, and given that China as well as Russia are really being more active in the Arctic, I think that is incredibly important. And then I think you're exactly right. We should be thinking about maybe some niche capabilities that NATO can provide that would be relevant to the Indo-Pacific. I don't know exactly what those are. I think that has to be an alliance discussion. But I know there will be some, whether it's some space capabilities, some, cyber capabilities or surveillance capabilities. perhaps even undersea capabilities. I think all of those are potentially really valuable ways that NATO could contribute. But Pierre, I think you're exactly right. Priority number one has to be, at least in the near term, to be focused on Europe and European security, given that it is under a real threat. On the sanctions side, I think the United States is going to hope that Europe would be forward-leaning on sanctions in a Taiwan contingency in particular. But I think we have to be realistic that if Xi Jinping makes a decision that he feels that he needs to take military action against Taiwan, I don't think economic sanctions are going to convince him otherwise. Now, I will still be supportive of sanctions in that case, and I think it will be important to show solidarity. But, you know, kind of like Vladimir Putin's decision on Ukraine, I think economics are going to be very secondary. And if I've learned anything from watching Xi Jinping the last couple of years, it's that he's pretty willing to pay very high economic costs for things that he thinks are important to China. He's done it in Hong Kong. He's doing it right now with zero COVID, and he's done it with the tech sector. So if he thinks something is important to the party, the economics are really secondary for him. And I think the same would be true on Taiwan. But I would hope that we could show solidarity on the economic side if we were facing a Taiwan contingency. And I think the US would be asking a lot of our European allies in that regard. And then let me just make one really final brief comment on Antoine's points. I think, you know, this is exactly right. The Chinese and the Americans increasingly see the world in two conflicting ways. When I talk to Chinese scholars and even government officials, they're very open about saying that they think the US is in terminal decline. And it's just a matter of time before China surpasses the United States and eventually the United States, because they think we are having huge domestic political problems and serious economic problems, is going to sort of recede from the Indo-Pacific region in a natural way, or will be forced out by the Chinese if they have to. I think increasingly the debate you hear in the United States is very different. Actually, it's about slowing growth in China, massive domestic political challenges in China, which is not to say that I don't think the US has its own domestic political or economic challenges, but it's to say that, in fact, the United States thinks that time is on our side, just the same way that the Chinese think that time is on their side. And we can't both be right. I hope our view is correct. And, you know, I suspect coming out of the Party Congress that what we're going to see is a China that is really struggling to manage a lot of the domestic challenges that Xi Jinping has created in some cases and certainly accentuated. But I think this question of whose side is time on is really an absolutely critical one for what the future trajectories are, but also how countries are going to act going forward. So why don't I leave it there and really look forward to the rest of the discussion. Thanks.
Yeah, we're just going to open the floor and then we'll go back if we have some questions from the panel. Yeah. And do we need the mic? Or? Yeah, okay. We're looking for the mic, Zach. It's coming.
Is this on? Can you hear me all right?
Not sure it's working.
You can hear me. Okay, I got the thumbs up, and my question is for Zach. So,
can you hear Zach? Because I'm not sure the mic is on.
Zach, can you hear me? Okay.
I can actually. It's working well.
Okay. Hi. This is Mona Paulson. I'm at the LSE Law School. So, I wanted to hear from everyone. But I wanted to get, it's interesting that you framed your initial remarks as one, this cannot be a debate about US-China tensions, or in that framing. And yet it is very interesting that towards the end, you did really begin to talk about the dichotomy or divergence of views, even with respect to of this. And I wanted to get your thoughts on something that you had in your remarks about the US contribution to international institutions, but also how the United States is going to build a coalition or coordinate with Europe or with particular member states without engaging within the international trading rules, so without participating in that open discussion. Because to me, one interesting divergence is that China is really promoting, both within and outside of the institutions, a strong adherence to international rules. And that seems to be a very strong trend in how they're approaching their assessment about the economic relations that are going on in the global governance you spoke of. The United States really seems to be taking a different approach, focusing much more on coalition building, on informal diplomatic techniques. And I want to get your thoughts on that, on these different strategies that are underway, because certainly, you mentioned the IRA problems. The EU is now saying, look, these are vastly discriminatory and has sent multiple pages. So how is the United States, in your expertise on this, going to be addressing that large, I think, elephant in the room, which is the lack of international coordination and the lack of participation with the international rules? I'll stop there. Thank you.
Dak, I'll let you answer, and then we'll get more questions one after one, or you want us to? Yeah. So Dak, I'll let you answer first. Yeah.
Well, it's such an important question, and unfortunately, I'm not sure I have a great answer. So let me just give you my perspective, which is that I think if the U.S. continues to go in this direction, where we don't listen to our friends when they try and remind us that we should be upholding the rules that advantage us in the first place, that it's going to be very hard for us to build a strong economic coalition in particular, but maybe other coalitions as well. I think this has been a consistent problem among both parties for the last 5 or 6 years. The Trump administration, I'm not going to say who, but a very senior official at the White House once told me that they were trying to get rid of the rules, right? They thought the rules were the problem in the economic domain. And I think the Biden team will talk a lot about how important rules and rules-based order is, but then they do highly protectionist things. And in some ways, they will talk about domestic policy and foreign policy being linked, but they seem to ignore the linkage, right? They're not willing to not only re-enter CPTPP, but help the World Trade Organization be able to operate with the appellate body, or they're passing Buy America rules. And I think the challenge is that most other countries appreciate that these are interlinked, right? And the US can't go ahead with these actions which seem to really advantage the United States and don't accord with the international trading system or the rules as most other countries see them. And the US, for some reason, thinks that these are two separate debates and we need not have them at the same time. So my view is very critical of the Biden administration's approach, and I think I've been consistently critical of the Trump administration's approach on this before them. And I think, in fact, this is the main challenge that they're going to have in the Indo-Pacific. They have a strategy which sounds pretty good on paper, but what most countries care about is their prosperity. And so these economic issues are really dominant for many of the countries in the region, especially those in places like Southeast Asia. So in short, I worry a lot that basically the US is adopting a strategy globally that is very much rooted in the US or in the G7, and the Chinese are adopting a strategy that is trying to appeal to the G77, right, the global South. And I think that's a dynamic that if the Chinese are successful in doing that, they're going to be pretty successful in writing the rules as many countries around the world see them. So I don't have any great solution for this other than for the United States to start adopting some smarter policies. And I have no great hopes for that happening anytime soon. But just a final thought, which is, this is why I think the competition shouldn't be a US-China competition, because there are times that actually the US isn't the right one to lead on what the rules should be. And in fact, some of our friends are going to be better leaders on economic issues than we will be. A good example is, after the US pulled out of the TPP, Japan and others pushed ahead with the CPTPP, right? And I think actually that's been remarkably important. So I think there are areas where the US is going to play a leadership role, certainly on security issues, maybe on technology issues. And then there are other areas where I think we're going to have to hope that that our friends lead more effectively, and that eventually we come along. And I think the economic area is one of them.
If I can have a very brief follow-up on that, I think what is quite interesting, the divergence between the Western country and China, that we are sometimes building coalition against China within the UN framework, etc., trying to get third countries to vote against another country, against Russia, against China, when actually the Chinese approach is quite different. They are not asking third countries to vote against the US or against Europe. They're asking them to vote in favor of China. Let's put it this way. So, of course, the cost of doing so is much less than the cost of opposing someone. And sometimes we just, let's take the example of Xinjiang, in which you oppose, oh, China got a statement to be signed by like 50 countries, and the Europeans only got like 30 countries to sign a statement criticizing China, etc. But you compare stuff that you cannot compare, because we're asking countries to position against another one with a cost. Because when you oppose and confront, when you confront another country, of course, there is a cost to it. When China is just asking these countries to side with China, not against anyone else. So I think on that, there is an approach that we have that is sometimes a bit counterproductive. The same way when we, hopefully not always, but sometimes kind of frame part of our development aid as being against the Chinese influence, let's call it in the Indo-Pacific, when we present sometimes the global gateway, the EU global gateway strategy, as being to counter China, I think is completely counterproductive. This is not what the countries in the regions want to hear. They don't want us to come to counter China. They want us to come to help them, to contribute to the development, etc. And I think this is kind of a framing of what we do that is quite important, and that China is scoring a lot against us because of our own framing. And my question to that is, you mentioned it very briefly and indirectly before, but what do you make about the democracy versus autocracy nexus? That's something that many in Western Europe, not so much in Central Europe, were kind of uncomfortable with, especially with the summit in Washington. The idea being that if we start confronting a camp of the democracy and a camp of the autocracy, what do we do with the country in the middle? What do we do with Singapore? What do we do with those countries that were not necessarily invited to the summit and that we need? And if China has been quite successful, is not to play the ideological card. They play it at home, they play it domestically, but they try not to play it so much at the international level. So what's your point on the democracy versus autocracy nexus or framework?
I think, Antoine, the way you frame this is exactly right. That at the end of the day, I've been very critical of focusing too much on the democracy and autocracy framework globally. I think it has a really important role to play in transatlantic relationships, because these are principles we believe in, and I think they're things that the US and the EU, or the US through NATO, should talk a lot about how to reinforce our democracies, right? And we may want to do things to support democracies elsewhere outside the Euro-Atlantic area. But at the end of the day, I really have been very critical of the US national security strategy, because the main theme, in my view, is this democracy versus autocracy framing. And if you're saying that the biggest long-term challenge for all of us is China, then you should have a theme that actually appeals to the countries we need to get on board to deal with the China challenge. And exactly as you said, many of those countries are not democratic, right? Or if they are democratic, they're struggling democracies in one way or another. And frankly, the United States, we'll see how our voting goes today, but sometimes we're a struggling democracy too. So I think the democracy versus autocracy framing, it has a place. I used to run something called the Alliance for Securing Democracy. So it's not that I'm anti-democratic. I actually think democracy is really important, but making it the main theme of the US national security strategy, I think that was an obvious error. The US didn't even invite 7 of the 10 members of ASEAN to our democracy summit last year. So we're essentially telling 70% of Southeast Asia that we think they're not democracies, and then we're making the main theme of our national security strategy democracy, while at the same time saying that sort of Asia is going to be the most important theater for us, especially dealing with China moving forward. And just a last thought on this, which is, it's not that the administration doesn't know this is problematic. Because basically, if you read the US Indo-Pacific strategy from the Biden team, it doesn't talk about democracy much at all. And that was a conscious decision. They knew it wouldn't play well, so they focused on these broader rules and not on democracy itself. So I have a very hard time understanding then why they ignored that when they did their broader national security strategy, other than the fact that this is something that Biden personally believes in. But at the end of the day, you know, the administration needs to explain to the president and to the rest of the world that we understand that the democracy versus autocracy theme doesn't sell well in much of the world. And so we're going to apply that theme differently in different regions. And I don't think they've done that very artfully to date.
Thank you. There were a question before, no? Yeah, sorry.
Hello, does it work? Hello, thank you for the presentation. If I understood what you said correctly, you said there were no burgeoning coalition in the tech domain. Wouldn't you say that AUKUS could constitute such a burgeoning coalition, given that there is a IA and quantic component to that coalition, that beginning of coalition?
It's a really interesting question, and I'm always cautious about talking about AUKUS among French friends, yes, given that I was one of the advocates I will say long before the French bid back in 2013 for Australia having nuclear powered submarines. So I will say I think there is some value to thinking about AUKUS as a technology coalition, at least in the defense area. But I will tell you, I think we're really still only at the beginning of this process. And I think it's going to be a pretty limited amount of cooperation for a couple of reasons. One is simply that the United States, UK, Australia are just, you know, they're a small portion of the global investment in defense technology. It doesn't include the rest of NATO, it doesn't include, you know, Japan, Korea, India. So yes, they can play a role, but you know, as much as Australia is trying to be a player on technology issues, they're certainly not, you know, a leading player at the moment, right? They lead in some areas. They're doing a lot in space, for example. But globally, you wouldn't put them in the top grouping, right? And in fact, if I were going to pick a tech coalition in Asia, I think the group that we're calling either the Fab 4 or the Chip 4, so the US, Korea, Japan, and Taiwan, that for me is a much more appealing technology grouping because they actually have real technology leadership, right? Those 4 countries produce something like 85% of the advanced microchips in the world. And obviously they're key players in Europe there too, like the Netherlands, among others. But I would say, I think AUKUS is, for me, really about defense technology. And I think it will play an important role, but I wouldn't overstate it. And I think also that the challenges on defense technology are really substantial, and many of them are imposed by the United States. So as many of you in France know, we have very stringent export controls. These pose real challenges, sometimes in a NATO context, but we actually have architecture in the NATO context to work around this. We don't have any of that with Australia or the UK. And so it's going to take us a long time to really perfect even defense technology cooperation within AUKUS. So yes, this could be one of the groupings, but I think we're seeing, you know, the Trade and Technology Council, AUKUS, the Chip 4 grouping, there's some supply chain cooperation through the Quad. All of these groups are emerging, which for me is a signal that we actually just don't have the right grouping yet. We don't know what the right countries are. We don't know what the right way to cooperate among those countries are. So I think we're still really at the beginning of this road of trying to build a technology coalition.
Any other question?
Thank you for the question. I'm interested. I'm support from the statement of Mr. Pierre Herzog, when the confrontation will be real between China and Taiwan, because nowadays we don't know, and uncertainly the situation in the region, extreme Orient, and when we see in position geopolitics in the region, Asia and Asia Southeast, it's so difficult based on the story to build looks like a pact of defense, because we know based on the system politics, so many, it's different with the, for example, geopolitics in the Europe or Middle East, and there's some atypical, multicultural and multi-dimension, and if we learn from the AUKUS, there is so many opinion and many policy from the other country in the region, Indo-Pacific, support or not support. My question is the scenario, there's a real confrontation between Taiwan and China, open the arm, or maybe looks like annexation Ukraine, similar with the Ukraine. Is there any possibility the northern region, the region of the Asia will, will create a new coalition? Thank you.
New coalitions based on the. Could you specify? I don't understand exactly.
Because in the region Asia and the South Asia,
yeah,
we are, for example, Indonesia. We do not looks like a pact of security, a pact of defense, and we learn from the SITO, Southeast Asia Trade Organization. There is no the member until now, or the SITO now is not existing. My question is, if there the event or the annexion, because we don't know what's the action will be act by the China in the future. If there is a looks like the scenario annexation of the China to the Taiwan, there's a possibility the country who have a conflict with the China will create a new pact?
Yeah, so the argument is, will it strengthen balancing coalition against China? I think both arguments. I'm not an expert in the region, but I think you could argue in both ways, because certainly a high level of aggressivity or launching hostilities can generate reactions and can push countries to the other side. On the other hand, we know that there are those economic interdependence issues. If you want to make the comparison with Europe vis-à-vis Russia, you witnessed how, for instance, Germany, which was the most obvious case, but not the only one, struggled to adapt to this situation, and is still thinking about the importance of adapting its economic model to this new situation. And I think the same would be true for many Asian countries. If they had to decouple or to reduce their level of interdependence with China, for many of them it would completely challenge their economic model, and perhaps for some of them the viability of their economic model. So I think it's difficult to have a simple and global answer. I think many countries would have conflicting incentives in that case.
So it's difficult to create a pact of defense in the region Asia. And the conflict is real. We talk about the reality.
Yeah, I think we should ask an Asian expert. I'm an expert in Europe, so that's the limitation of my knowledge. Thank you for raising this.
Any more questions? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bondas, Mr. Cooper, and dear Pierre, for your very valuable insights. My question is like, when the transatlantic relations were not in the bed of roses, the situation in Trump administration, the US and EU dialogue on China was established, and that it has been going on for 3 times so far already. From your insights from Washington, from Europe, for you, Pierre, how do you understand the how has it been working on the through this mechanism on the dialogue on China in terms of coordination of the different positions, their different attitudes, or their different interests? And maybe for Mr. Bondas will be, how does China see this kind of mechanism in the coordination when viewing the situation on them? Thank you.
Very briefly on the US, EU, on China, I'm not sure actually that new mechanism has been very fruitful so far. There has been growing awareness within Europe on China. There has been an internal process within the EU. It was partly caused by the US, to be honest. I mean, actually the US pressure was one of the factors to push the EU to be more cohesive on China. But I'm not sure that so far the US-EU-China mechanism has been very fruitful. I think the EU-US TTC, in a way, on China indirectly, might be more fruitful. What is quite interesting is that now the G7 format is being used more and more on China. I was actually quite surprised that Taiwan was dedicated mentioned, so it was in June 2021 for the very first time in the G7 statement. But in August this year, a statement on Taiwan, not a statement including Taiwan, but a statement on Taiwan was published by the G7. So I think we see that for the US and for EU, some EU countries, the G7 format is kind of one of the coordination or new coordination formats on China. But maybe Zach?
Yeah, I very much agree with that. I think we're still trying to sort of figure out what the right way is for us to exchange views on China. And we have a lot of different options, right? And a lot of them are overlapping. So, my sense, when I see the EU leadership on China and the Indo-Pacific coming through Washington, I think they have productive discussions with officials here. But I think we're going to need all of these groups. We're going to need the TTC. We're going to need to talk about China in the NATO context. We're going to have to talk about it bilaterally in our individual relationships. I don't think one of these groupings has been sort of particularly effective more than others. I think it's going to have to be many different channels. That's just my sense. So I very much agree with that one.
If we have a final question. No? If not, I will have the final question. Yeah, Maud? Yeah.
Just, perhaps you could make a few comments because of what you said at the beginning, both Antoine and Dak, about you and Pierre as well. You mentioned the U.S. strategic document newly released, but none of you mentioned the very interesting speech that Jake Sullivan delivered a few weeks ago about perhaps what would be could be labeled as a technological war, and I think that was one of the trends, and that would make a nice transition with the next panel. If you could comment on that. And my last comment, perhaps, or to follow up on what we were talking about, we had this brainstorming with colleagues, and we were thinking about in the Indo-Pacific region as being the perfect example of a de-Westernization of international relations. And how would you comment more specifically on that? Many thanks. It would be just concluding remarks. Many thanks to the three of you.
On the very last point, I would say that to go back to what the Munich Security Conference mentioned a few years ago, that the Westlessness of the Indo-Pacific. I think on the Indo-Pacific, we have big ambitions, fair enough. We don't always have the capability to put them forwards, and we lack coordination for sure. The EU is very ambitious, and partly thanks to France, on the Indo-Pacific, but we do not implement. And the global gateway, in a way, is a complete disaster so far, because we presented something 15 months ago, we have not delivered anything, we've not implemented anything in the Indo-Pacific, and I kind of agree that China can make fun of us and can benefit from it. To say, I mean, you keep talking a lot. And the same of the US, you know, oh, you have your Build Back Better word, and then you have a new initiative, and then at G7 you say there is $600 billion that are going to be spent, and then we don't really see what's happening. So I think to be ambitious is good. To lay out many initiatives, it's good as well. But we need to implement. And I think we are not assessing the implementation of what we do. I didn't want to talk too much about the speech from Jack Sullivan, because I know that Mona might discuss it a little bit after in the fourth panel. But I would have also, and of course to get that comments, but one of my questions to him would be, President Macron will make a state visit to the US on December the 1st. If you had one advice to give to the French president, what would it be? Knowing that either one that can basically alter our foreign policy or make any big decision, what would be your key advice to strengthen US-France relationship, the key advice you would give to the president?
But that is a very tough task. So I'm going to leave that to my very last thought, so I can work on it. Let me just say a word about Jake Sullivan's speech from a couple weeks ago now, because I think it's important, and you're right. You know, if you talk to the White House, they will point back to this speech constantly, and their argument is that this lays out basically what the U.S. is going to try and do in the technology area in the years ahead. I think, unfortunately, the speech itself is good, but it's less clear to many countries around the world how the U.S. is actually executing its technology policy. So let me just say a few words on that before turning back to Antoine's question. So the U.S. is focused a lot under the Biden administration on, as we say, running faster rather than slowing China down. That has been the constant theme from the Biden administration. We're going to invest in ourselves, we're going to run faster, et cetera, et cetera. But the reality is that at the end of the day, some of the announcements that the US has made recently certainly look like they're aimed at slowing China down. Now, the way that Jake Sullivan or others at the White House describe this is a bit more artful than that. They will say that this is really about making sure that the US and our allies and partners maintain a military edge. And the problem is that we can't just put on export controls to China's military, because China's military is so deeply integrated into the commercial sector. So these efforts that we're taking to limit China's military from accessing certain types of technology are, as a result, going to affect China's commercial sector as well. And in particular, they're going to affect it on semiconductors, but also in, I think, two other areas, which Jake mentioned in the speech, biopharmaceuticals, and then basically clean energy. I think the problem is that biopharmaceuticals and clean energy don't seem to be military areas. So they seem to be more about slowing China down than they do, slowing China down on certain commercial areas than they do about dual use or military areas. And as a result, I'm very worried that we're going to lose some support from allies and partners for some of these efforts. And in fact, I think it's notable that some of the recent actions by the US government have basically been unilateral. It's been hard to get friends on board. So I think, I know you'll discuss the speech in the next panel, but I think there's some disconnects between how the US is talking about this and how others abroad are actually seeing these actions. And then I guess, you know, on what Macron should do when he comes to Washington, the worst thing that Americans can do now is try and give our French allies advice about what they should say and do generally. But I think, you know, there is a little bit of room here for us to think about maybe a US-France initiative on a bilateral basis in some area. I think one lesson I've learned from watching what Australia has done with AUKUS or what the Japanese have done with the free and open Indo-Pacific, is that US leaders now, we really benefit from our friends stepping up and leading in a certain area when the US is distracted or divided. And, you know, sometimes with France, we don't feel a need for France to do that because France is so involved across so many different areas of our alliance. But I think, you know, there's some room for the US and France to try and do maybe something specific together, which both leaders can point to as a major bilateral effort. And I think, you know, in the aftermath of AUKUS, having something positive and forward-leaning would maybe help change the narrative, not just now, but also a few years down the line. So I don't know exactly what that initiative should be, but I think having something of that sort would absolutely be beneficial. So let me leave it there and just say thank you so much to Ursem and to Pierre and Antoine for having me. And really, it's been a fantastic discussion.
Pierre, final comments?
No.
No? Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you, Dak from the US. Thank you. Go vote. I mean, for the US. And thank you very much for attending. And let's see each other for the next panel soon. So thank you. And we will go to the fourth panel on the US new alliances still leading through trade. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for being here. So we're going to start this panel on U.S. trade policy. My name is Jean-Baptiste Velu, and I'm very pleased and honored to chair this panel. Let me start by thanking IRSEM and all the team of organizers for putting this together, especially Maud Kessa, but also Marie, Marco, and Duzen for helping organize this. Thank you. I'd like to thank our panelists for accepting our invitation. I'm very pleased to be surrounded by such a great team of experts. And then, of course, you for being here for this panel. I will start with a brief introduction to sort of give you an overview of, to raise a number of questions, I think, on U.S. trade policy and whether there actually is one under the Biden administration. And then we'll continue with our three panelists' presentations and the Q&As as we've done before. Okay. Donald Trump made U.S. trade policy such a prominent part of his diplomacy or undiplomacy that Chad Bown at the Peterson Institute for International Economics wondered if Joe Biden could, quote, make trade policy boring again, unquote. And at first sight, I would say that he did manage to do this by prioritizing domestic policies over trade diplomacy in the same way that Barack Obama, after his election, focused on domestic priorities over trade policy. And so today, a form of policy inertia, or what you might call a policy hangover from the Trump administration, seems to have overshadowed any clear trade negotiating agenda. And I have heard criticism coming from both Washington and Brussels about this lack of trade strategy. Actually, this morning with Mona, we were discussing whether or not there was a real trade policy. And I think this policy inertia can be illustrated in three ways. First, a form of status quo with regard to protective measures. After a long period of reviewing the so-called Phase 1 deal with China that had been negotiated under the Trump administration, Joe Biden said that he was not ready to lift Trump's tariffs on China because China had not abided by its commitments. Secondly, a form of ambivalence at the multilateral level that falls short of any kind of leadership one could have expected after the Trump diplomacy when it comes to multilateralism. The U.S. has continually blocked appellate judges at the dispute settlement body, and its position remains very elusive when it comes to WTO reform. And I think maybe Mona will touch on some of these issues related to the international trade system. And then thirdly, the White House has pursued a half-hearted trade agreement policy
as witnessed by its reluctance to join TPP negotiations or to rejoin or to join the CPTPP because let's be clear that the politics of trade agreements today have become toxic. So despite the noise surrounding the launching of IPEF, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework negotiations, or the APEP, the Americas Partnership for Economic Prosperity, the U.S. trade negotiating agenda remains very elusive too, if not very puzzling. And one question I've been wondering is how could negotiations with without any market access gather enough political support in the business community to really lead to tangible results? So at first sight, one may question whether there is any sense of trade strategy or whether there has been any sense of trade strategy over the past 2 years. And yet, beneath the surface, I think there are certain patterns that we will try to decipher today that I think are key signs that U.S. trade policy has not come to a halt, but may be undergoing long-term transformations. Long-term transformations that have to do both with the ends and the means of U.S. trade policy. And I'll mention 3 elements that I think are important and that will lead us into the presentations that we will hear. First, I think there has been a form of re-embedding of trade policy through trade linkages or key trade linkages. I think today trade policy can no longer be dissociated from other policy spheres as it was in the 1990s or 2000s. And let me give you a few examples. First, trade industrial policy linkages with their geopolitical dimension, myths and realities that Stéphane Paquin will shed light on in a few minutes. Secondly, a so-called worker-centered trade policy whose multiple meanings and implications will be analyzed in greater depth by Sandra Pulaski. Thirdly, trade security linkages that you are familiar with here, but here we'll look at this from a trade angle and try to understand what they mean for the international trade system with the help of Mona Paulsen. And there are other trade linkages that we could raise, but we probably won't have time to discuss today. I'm thinking of trade and climates that was discussed this morning and early this afternoon to some extent. And so to finish this first point, this transformation, I think, is partly discursive, partly policy-oriented, but translates into a second transformation, which is the diversification of trade policy instruments. So maybe trade policy is just changing in the way it is pursued and the instruments that it mobilizes. And here, FTA policy seems to be secondary. So free trade agreement policy that used to be so central for, I would say, 3 decades or 3 decades since the early 1990s seems to have become secondary. Today, economic sanctions and industrial policies have become much more central. And along with this, enforcement tools have taken a new dimension for economic actors, confirming what I have called an enforcement turn in trade policy. A few weeks ago, I had a fascinating discussion with a freight forwarder in Delaware who was explaining to me how complicated his life had become because a number of enforcement agencies were making his business very difficult and much more costly. So that's the second transformation. The third transformation that I think all our speakers will touch on in one way or another is, could be summarized by the following mantra. All roads seem to lead to Beijing. Most, if not all, trade policies since the presidency of Donald Trump have been directly or indirectly related to China, whether it is the USMCA's notorious China clause, the Green Steel deal, industrial policies like the CHIPS Act and the Inflation Reduction Act, or even the work of the US-EU Trade and Technology Council. So I think that these transformations have real geopolitical and strategic implications and deserve to be better understood. And so to decipher these questions, I feel very lucky to be surrounded by these three eminent panelists, and we'll start with Stéphane Paquin's contribution on industrial and trade policies. Stéphane Paquin is full professor at the École nationale d'administration publique in Montréal. He has written, co-written, or edited 33 books, including most recently Mondialisation, une maladie imaginaire, published in 2021, and Theories of International Political Economy in 2016, and many more articles about international and comparative political economy. Thank you, Stéphane, for being here, and we're looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Jean-Baptiste. Okay, I see myself. I hope the sound is good. So thank you for this invitation. This is, I'm looking at this question from a Canada-Quebec perspective because, of course, we have a large border with the United States, and the transformation of U.S. Trade policy has a major impact on us in Canada. And we fear, of course, that the U.S. will close the border on Canada also. So for us, it's a big object of concern. And the angle I'm going to look at today is how does U.S. biggest firm react to the change in policy in the United States in the past, not just the past 4 or 5 years, but since 2008, really. So I've crunched a number. I've looked at some of the situation. The biggest conclusion is that we don't see much movement in the big numbers. If you look at the imports from the United States, you see that they are been increasing in the past few years, not decreasing. But if you look at the behavior of the biggest firm, you see that they tend to now have bigger inventory compared to what they had 15 years ago. And they also have more dual sourcing of import, especially from Asia. This is the second big conclusion. And the third conclusion is that they tend to invest less in China, much less in China, but they invest not in Canada or Mexico, but they invest in Vietnam or Malaysia, other Asian countries. So I'm going to start. I know that we only have 15 minutes or so, so I'm going to start with my presentation. I hope you will be able to see the presentation. So just my presentation will have three main points. The first, I'm going to look at some of the big numbers about where we went from hyperglobalization to the movement that we call in English globalization, the decreasing in the speed of globalization. I'm going to look at the global supply chain and the ABC principle. This is the anywhere but China principle, if it's working or not. Do we see this in the numbers? And then I'm going to look at some of the new trends that we don't talk so much about, but the question of social acceptability in trade deal, especially the series of new legislation against the importation of product made by forced labor. This might have a big impact in the United States in the future. So you've probably all seen that graph. This is the graph explaining the globalization since the 19th century, and you see in the end that since 2008 there have been a decrease in globalization, and that situation has increased since. And I'm going to give you a few examples of why. First of all, the most important thing is, and something that we almost never talk about in Canada and the United States, is the China 2025 policy of the Chinese government and the impact of the trade Cold War. What China is actually thinking of doing, and I've been doing it for a few years now, is that they want to increase to 70% the Chinese component in the production of a global supply chain. You know, China is oftenly at the end of a global supply chain, and for the moment, the Chinese component in, for example, an iPhone from Apple is very low, and the value remaining in China is very low. So the Chinese government wants to increase the pieces and the knowledge in the production of the various sectors. And this had a huge impact that we almost never talk about. But the China's global export fell from 36% of its GDP to 18.5% of the GDP in 2020. So this is a significant decrease of about 50%. So this is a major change. China also wants to be less dependent on the United States and other countries. That policy created strong reaction in Europe and, of course, in America also. In order to see it in a graph, this is according to the numbers from the World Bank, you see that trade exports of goods and services have been declining sharply since the period that Danny Roger called hyperglobalization, since 2008. This is a major change in trade policy in the world. The second thing is that we've been seeing since 2008, 2009, a rise in protectionism in the world. The cumulative restrictive measure on imports of goods have been rising sharply, and now they amount to about 8.6% of the world GDP, which is quite a lot compared to the less than 1% in 2009. Then, of course, we've been talking about that a lot. The US-China trade war is also creating new important protective measure all over the world. There is also one other movement, which is the resurgence of economic nationalism in the world. Many countries are adopting economic nationalism measure, and I'm going to give you a few examples of them. One of the biggest example is that the total assets of the Global Sovereign Wealth Fund have been increasing a lot in the past 10 years. So governments are now having more and more funds to do some industrial policies and to invest massively in their production capacity. There's also a sharp rise in the number of industrial subsidies that are given in many countries. It's the case in Europe, for example, France, United Kingdom, or Germany, but it's also the case in the United States, have you seen with the Global Green Deal, but also in Canada. There was one study that was commissioned by the UN that basically said that over 100 countries representing 90% of the world GDP have experienced an increase in their industrial policy in recent years. So you see that this is a very big global trend. And then, of course, we all remember at the beginning of the pandemic, there was a lot of problem of access to medical equipment. And more than 180 countries wanted the same thing at the same time. And these numbers don't even include the Canadian provinces, the US states that were all trying to go to China to access, for example, furniture for medical supply. And that created a lot of distortion to trade. According to the Global Trade Alert, more than 137 export restrictions were adopted in different countries. And for a country like Canada, that was actually a very big problem because the United States refused to export any vaccine outside the US territory, but it was also the case for masks, for different medical supply. At the beginning of the pandemic, the vaccine coming to Canada came from Europe, not the United States, because of US protective measure. So this is the general trend. So let's try to see the impact that has on global value chain, especially from a United States point of view. So when you look at in the past, in the 1990s, at the beginning of the hyperglobalization movement, if you want, efficiency was the driving factor for investment in the world. Nowadays, efficiency is still important, but we want the benefit of trade openness, but there is a major concern over security issues or safety issues in many ways. In the past 10 years or so, there's a few moments that created problem with the global value chain. And this is increasing. This is a bit like the the black swan that Nicolas Taleb is talking about. It's the recurrence of events that have dramatic consequences on world trade that is now changing the behavior of the big firms. There was the Japanese earthquake, for example, in 2011 that created some shortages, especially in the automotive sector. And then, of course, there is the trade war that started in 2018, and then the pandemic of 2019, 2021. Then there is the China zero COVID policy that is impacting the global supply chain a lot. And there was the war in Ukraine at the beginning of this year. So we all remember the big bottlenecks for imports in the United States at the beginning of this year. So this is actually changing a lot the way the biggest firm are operating. So we are in a situation where we are switching from just in time to wait and see. So what is actually happening? Well, we have a few elements that we can point to. First of all, there is a clear realization there is a limit in the just-in-time way of doing business, especially in the case there is a shortages. This year, we expect that the global GDP will decline from at least 1% of the global GDP because of the bottlenecks created by the zero China policy, for example. So this is a big situation. So in order to face this situation, one of the clear policy that big firms have done is to build larger inventories. So they want to be protected against shortages, but also against inflation. The rise of inflation in the United States, but also in Europe, has the following impact. The firm wants to import sooner than later to a cheaper price for goods and parts that are in the global supply chain. So if you look at the inventories of the 3,000 largest firms in the United States, and you compare the most recent number to the number of 2006, you realize that they have a 50% increase in their inventory. So this is a big change. It went from 6% to 9% of the world GDP. So it's the limit of just-in-time in case of shortages. But also you have dual sourcing and long-term contracts. According to a McKinsey survey, 81% of global supply chain managers in the United States say they now have at least 2 raw material suppliers rather than just one. So they have internalized the idea of the systemic risk related to the recent change. Then, what is the impact of the Anywhere but China principle? The ABC principle is the idea that we need to do business with reliable people, not democratic government, really, but really reliable people. So it's the idea of friendshoring, in a way. If you look at the case of China, the US investment over China in a period of 15 years has declined by more than 50%. So people are tending to invest much less in China, but they are not repatriating production in the United States. There is a decline of employees in China from US multinational, but there is a strong growth in countries like Vietnam, Philippines, and India. So they're just changing location in Asia. They're not repatriating production in the United States. You can also see that a lot of people are talking about the need not to be dependent on autocratic regime anymore. Autocratic regime like China and Russia, that would mean the end of the idea of peace through trade. But since autocracies account for 33% of the world GDP, that might become really difficult to proceed in the future. Okay, I'm gonna go then to my this slide. In the United States, what we are now facing or seeing is that there is a change in the pattern of multinational investment. recent number from a McKinsey analysis says that 69% of investment comes from local subsidiaries that reinvest locally, rather than parent companies sending this capital across border. That echoes the 1930s when large companies responded to nationalism by making their foreign subsidiary more autonomous. So basically in the United States, we are now talking a lot about the Tesla model of businesses where most of the key element that enter into a Tesla is produced locally to have stronger autonomy. And then my last point is that something that is actually becoming more clear is the question of social acceptability of trade. The issue of forced labor and climate change is changing the way people see trade, especially in the United States and Canada. And the new legislation in the United States is actually putting a lot more burden of U.S. businesses. You know, the product you import can actually be blocked at the border if the business cannot prove that there's no forced labor parts in the importation. So it's true that all countries in the world have legislation against forced labor, but in recent years, the United States, Canada, the EU have developed or are developing new trade agreement and legislation that prohibit the import of product made with forced labor. So this is probably going to have an impact in the next few years. And then climate change and trade, the idea of buying local stuff is becoming more important also, and we'll see in the future if that changes anything. So my conclusion, I hope I think I've been very fast. For the moment, it's too early to see big changes in the number in terms of repatriation of production. For the moment, there is little evidence of a significant repatriation of production. In the United States, imports have even increased, but they have diversified. Investment in new plants and in warehouse is at the same level as in 2010 and much lower than in 1970s and 1980s. So you don't see it in the numbers that there's a change. If you look at the OECD global numbers, the weight of the manufacturing sector is at 13%, which is historically very low. So the big question is, are we just witnessing a diversification of the source of importation or a repatriation of production? One of the biggest issues confronting the United States, but it's also the case for Canada, is labor and skills shortage. It makes it very difficult to repatriate production in the United States. Unemployment in the United States, it's only at 3.5%. So it's really hard to find people to work in big warehouse. So that being said, this is the beginning of the trend. I suspect personally that in 5 years or in 10 years, the number will look differently from what we're witnessing nowadays. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Stéphane. I'm sure we'll come back to a lot of the things that you mentioned in the discussion. Let me now introduce Sandra Polaski, who will tell us about U.S. worker-centered trade policy. Sandra Polaski has been both a policymaker and a research expert on trade and labor at national and international levels. She serves as the Deputy DG for Policy at the ILO, International Labor Organization, and was its Sherpa for the G20. Earlier, she headed the U.S. Department of Labor's International Labor Affairs Bureau, where she negotiated labor chapters of trade agreements. And she is currently affiliated with Boston University as a senior research scholar and is a member of the Independent Mexico Labor Expert Board that monitors Mexican labor policy under the new U.S. MCA, the new NAFTA. Thank you, Sandra.
So, first of all, thank you for the invitation, and to IRSEM and to Jean-Baptiste. I'm very happy to be here and to listen to the other interesting panels as well. I can take off from where Stéphane left off because he was describing the system of global trade based on the kinds of agreements that were negotiated over the last 30 years of globalization. And what I would like to do is to focus in on the impact in the US on workers and communities, not only in the US, but very strongly in the US. So the type of trade agreements that were negotiated, and I'm talking now about bilateral and plurilateral free trade agreements, I'm talking about the launch of the WTO with the Uruguay round, were very strong in terms of the protections that they provided for capital. They restricted capital controls. Mobility of capital across borders was facilitated. Anything that would restrict it was restrained in these agreements. There was very strong protection for investors. You probably all know about the investor-state dispute settlement, where a private company can sue a government for a policy change that reduces their expected profitability, a kind of a right for the private sector with governments that exist almost nowhere else in the international system. Protection for intellectual property rights, protection for many, many things that made it much easier and safer for corporations to invest overseas, as opposed to, I'm talking now about the US, but not only the US. Whereas the protections for labor in those agreements were either non-existent in the WTO or very weak, beginning with NAFTA and a number of other US free trade agreements, and I would argue very weak in the European Union free trade agreements as well. So you had this imbalance in the rules favoring capital and not protecting labor. That in itself might not have produced the kind of shock to the system, except that it happened at the same time that China basically joined the global production system. The Soviet Union collapsed, and so Eastern European workforces were now available. In effect, you had a doubling of the global labor force from about the late 90s and early 2000s that was available now to be engaged in the global production system, with those new additions from China and Eastern Europe being much lower wage than the US or the European Union. Offshoring of production, factories closing, the Rust Belt in the United States, the industrialization. The impact on the US economy overall was fairly small in terms of the impact on labor markets and wages, because it's a large continental economy, the largest economy in the world, and so a lot of commerce is domestic, a lot of labor demand is domestic. But for those workers, for those industrial sectors, for those communities that were most exposed, first with trade with Mexico under NAFTA, and then particularly with China after China joined the WTO, the impact was very, very strong, harsh, deep, and long-lasting. There is a cottage industry now of economic and econometric studies that can tell you how many years the wage depression lasted in communities that were affected by trade with Mexico or by China, et cetera. It's well established. It's no longer even controversial. And in the US, you may not know, but there is a very weak social safety net as compared, for example, to France. So this experience, which happened not in one community or two, but it happened broadly across the industrial belt of the Midwest, the Southeast, the old industrial belt in the Southeast, many other communities around the world, around the country, gradually hardened into a narrative that trade was bad for the typical American worker or household or family or community, and that the elites in the country, both parties, didn't care. They kept on negotiating. This was the narrative that became quite widely accepted. And then that narrative about trade and inequality and elites was weaponized by Donald Trump in 2016 and was undoubtedly a big factor in his surprise victory in the 2016 election. That had a profound shock, I think, to the elites, to the people who had been negotiating those agreements. And it shook what I would call the neoliberal consensus, because that's probably the right word for it, the idea that efficiency was most important, capital going to where it could produce most efficiently, lower prices for good. That was shaken in the Republican Party, because now it was the party of Trump who was taking, at least on the surface, a very anti-trade position, and so there was a lot of confusion in the Republican Party. But it was a profound shock to the Democrats, because a big part of their base historically has been the working class, the trade unions, the industrial communities, what used to be considered the blue belt across the Minnesota, Wisconsin, Ohio, Pennsylvania, where all the factories were, which were now closing. So Biden campaigned in 2020 on a platform that he would conduct a worker-centered trade policy, that he would not negotiate any new free trade agreements until the U.S. industrial base was strengthened, until the U.S. economy and labor markets were strengthened. And when he did negotiate free trade agreements after that, that they would have very strong labor chapters. So that's a long history, but it's important to understand that this was a profound shock to the political consensus, to the economic consensus that had prevailed. So what actually happened? Biden was elected, and we now have a trade policy. I know there's been a hint that perhaps there is no trade policy. There are no free trade negotiations, no free trade agreement negotiations underway that would lower tariffs and increase access to the U.S. market. Biden is delivering on the promise that he made that he would not negotiate such free trade agreements until things got better. But there are plenty of trade policies. There are new trade instruments that are being developed. But I would argue that while all of them are sometimes characterized as being part of this worker-centered trade policy, in fact, they come from very different political impulses, aiming at different policy objectives. And I would argue that the three main policy objectives that are being pursued today in U.S. Trade policies, not new FTAs, but in trade policies, do in fact include a new focus, a worker-centered focus, thinking about the implication for workers in the U.S. and workers and trading partners, and I'll come back to that. So when I say the focus is on workers, I mean jobs, wages, labor rights, and the impact on the communities where they live and work. The second big impulse is economic nationalism, and I'll give an example of each of these policies, but here the focus is not on workers, it's on the economy, and it's on firms, it's on their market share, it's on their dominance in global markets, profitability, and maybe some trickle-down effect on jobs, but the focus is not worker-centered. It's economic nationalism. You can say it's Buy America, it's America First, et cetera. And the third big impulse is strategic competition, what really has been the subject of the conference all day today. And here the focus is not on workers or households. It's not on the economy overall. It's on the state, and it's pursuing the objective of continued primacy of the U.S. or hegemony, however you want to call it, containment of China, and so on. And all three of those policy impulses or policy objectives are operating now in creating the kinds of policies that you see. So for people who really know the details of new U.S. trade policies, it can be confusing because these interact and weave together. So let me give you three examples, and I'll talk about each one a little bit because it's in the specificity of the policy that you understand what the objective is and the focus. A worker-centered trade policy is the new NAFTA, so to speak, NAFTA 2.0, the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement that was negotiated by Trump, but then was reopened by the U.S. Congress when the control of the Congress was taken over by the Democrats in 2019. The agreement was further strengthened with regard to workers, and it took effect in 2020. I'll talk in a moment about the content of that. An example of economic nationalism is something that's already been mentioned in other panels today, the Inflation Reduction Act that was passed in August, providing subsidies for electric vehicles made in North America or built in North America, and I'll talk about that. And an example of strategic competition, I would argue, is the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, which I'll also describe and characterize. So USMCA, and many of you may know this, but perhaps you don't, so I'll just go very quickly to say that the USMCA has the strongest labor chapter and labor protections of any U.S. free trade agreement. It corrects earlier deficiencies. From NAFTA onward, the U.S. always had a labor chapter in free trade agreements that it negotiated, but they were weak. They got gradually stronger over the years, over the iteration of the template that was being used, but they always had some profound weaknesses, lots of loopholes, difficult to use, very slow, tedious dispute settlement mechanisms, such that in 25 years of negotiating free trade agreements from NAFTA until USMCA, so 1994 to 2019, the U.S. actually only took one labor case to dispute settlement against Guatemala for a huge array of violations of labor rights in Guatemala, and the U.S. lost the case in arbitration because of a loophole. that it could not demonstrate that it directly affected trade between the parties. So USMCA is much stronger. It requires very major changes in Mexican labor law and industrial relations policies. There had been a system of corporatism and corruption of unions, signing what are called protection contracts that kept workers from striking and kept them from getting wage increases. Probably most notably, it creates an entirely new dispute settlement track. So there is still state-to-state dispute settlement, as there is for all the provisions of the trade agreement, but now a case can be brought against an individual firm that's allegedly is violating workers' rights. So it's a very targeted instrument. If you will, it's a scalpel as opposed to a bazooka. So what was the policy objective here? You would have to say that the policy objective here was worker-centered, but it was Mexican worker-centered. It addressed this long-standing policy that the gap between Mexican industrial wages and U.S. industrial wages did not close during the 25 years of NAFTA. It was a 10-to-1 ratio in 1994, and it was a 10-to-1 ratio in 2018. And so the expected harmonization or convergence of wages didn't happen. So here it was a very specific list of reforms that Mexico had to make in order to change the system of corrupt unions, to allow workers to bargain, to end a broader policy of wage repression by Mexico, whereby the government repressed both minimum wages and trade unions. So quite specific, quite ambitious. The implementation of this radical change in Mexico has gone very smoothly. And I think the reason for that is there is a convergence between the political posture of the U.S. government and the current Mexican government, the López Obrador administration. They both agree they want wages to rise in Mexico. They want workers to have more rights. And so it's seen as a policy success. In each of these examples, I'll talk about what is the implication for the trading partners of the U.S. Well, here I would say the big implication is on sovereignty. The U.S. reached into Mexico to change the industrial relations framework, which you Europeans know is something that the EU has never been able to do in a profound way, that industrial relations is considered a national competency because it's so fundamentally political. That's the political economy of a country writ large. And so the implication here is sovereignty. And as I say, the reason it worked is because the current Mexican government has the same values. They wanted to take down this corrupt system of trade unions, which were supporting parties other than the party of the current administration. The second example that I mentioned is the economic nationalist policy of the Inflation Reduction Act and the subsidies for electric vehicles. Again, in case you don't know the details, basically the act provides subsidies of up to $7,500 US for an American taxpayer who would purchase an electric vehicle that meets two conditions. First, it has to be assembled in North America. And second, critical minerals contained in the battery cannot be extracted by a country, well, they can only be extracted by the U.S. or a country with which the U.S. has a free trade agreement. And specifically, the battery cannot include critical components from a foreign entity of concern, which you can take to be any Chinese company that produces those ingredients. So this policy, you could say, I mean, to think about it in economic terms, it's basically very similar to the import substitution industrialization policies that many countries pursued in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, developing countries like Brazil, et cetera. The Asian tigers all pursued this kind of a policy, so it's not being newly invented, but it's new in modern times for the US to use it. The implication for trading partners, obviously the electric vehicles produced and assembled in Europe, any of the European Union countries, in Korea, in Japan, China, will be at a disadvantage because they are not eligible for this $7,500 subsidy, which is a pretty substantial amount of a reduction. And the implication for China beyond that is the intentional exclusion of Chinese critical minerals. And the third and final example is an example of a policy that, while it may seem to come under the worker-centered rubric, in fact is a policy that's the objective of which is strategic competition with China. So U.S. law has long banned the importation of products made with forced labor. The very earliest bills to establish that, the laws to establish, go back to 1890. In 1930, there is a very, very firm law which says that products made with forced labor cannot enter the United States. And that law has been implemented, although with varying levels of effort, one might say, or attention, but over the years, even including with China. I was in the government in the early 2000s, and we had a dialogue with China about products made with forced labor. When there was an allegation, I would go to China, we would go to the factory, we would look at the evidence and see whether, in fact, there was forced labor. But the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act breaks entirely new ground because it basically creates a presumption that all products that come from Xinjiang are made with forced labor. And it puts the burden of proof on the importing company to show that the products that it's importing do not come from Xinjiang, or they don't include any components from Xinjiang, unless they can prove that there was no forced labor component. So proving a negative, as you know, in legal terms is very difficult. This is basically being described by the affected business community as being guilty until proven innocent. And so it's quite a dramatic break. It covers a huge range of products. You can see them on the screen, from environmental products, polysilicon, to agricultural products like tomatoes, cotton, and apparel, electronic components, et cetera. Here, a policy objective, as I said, is clearly strategic competition. This is not about labor. The workers in Xinjiang don't benefit from this because, in fact, if anything, it reduces demand for their products, which will reduce demand for their labor, which could lead to unemployment. Arguably, there can be some benefit for the U.S. solar industry, which has been outcompeted by China, but it's basically a strategic competition policy. And the implications here for trading partners. For China, obviously, this is a containment policy. And for the EU, I think it raises the question of, if in fact you do want to deal with forced labor, what would be an appropriate policy? What would be an appropriate trade instrument to be able to achieve that objective? And we can come back to that. All of this raises a number of questions. I've suggested a few here, and you probably have more than that, and I'm sure that Jean-Baptiste has. But let me stop there, and we'll come back in the discussion. Jean-Baptiste. Oh, here.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for doing my job, basically. I have great questions that we could use, but I'm sure there will be others in the audience. So thank you very much. Now we will listen to our third presentation by Mona Paulsen, who's an assistant professor at the London School of Economics and Political Science Law School. She researches and teaches in the fields of international trade and investment law, international development, international political economy, and economic security. She also serves on the editorial board of the World Trade Review, and her forthcoming book charts the concept building of international investment law in the early 20th century and shows how this history reveals the unsettled foundations around economic development, security, and corporate power that continue to exist in tension today. Thank you, Mona, for being here, and we're looking forward to your presentation.
Hi, everyone. I get the delightful task of closing today, and also talking to you about U.S. trade policy. So I would argue that the Biden administration does not seem to actually be interested in negotiating about trade, and I think that Sandra phrased it well as to what the priorities are. So there is no plan to negotiate any preferential trade arrangements currently from the Biden administration, and certainly with the midterms, everything with respect to trade has sort of been kept still. But they've also not been engaging at the World Trade Organization. And what it is clear, and what I plan to speak about today, is how the United States is thinking about trade through a national security lens. I think that is the dominant approach, actually, to how they're pursuing this, rather than sort of, some of the other ways that they could be. So let me stress that at the World Trade Organization, the members of the World Trade Organization, their security interests change over time constantly, in often unpredictable ways. And the accumulation of these changing interests really tests the World Trade Organization's ongoing relevance. And I think what we're seeing here is an old world that didn't anticipate intra-member strife or intra-member tensions to a new one where members are regularly invoking national security to restructure their economic relationships. So my goal today is to talk to you about how the securitization of trade is appreciated by international trade rules. And I'm going to argue to you that the rules permit scope for members to take action that they believe necessary to protect essential security interests, but that deference comes at a cost. And there's a sincere concern that the United States will continue to pursue unilateral trade actions to secure its wealth and power, will continue mercantilist policies that will perpetuate in the exceptions to the international trade rules. So my recent work actually focuses on the institutional processes at the WTO and how members can use the World Trade Organization to have a frank discussion about trade security. And it's crucial to do that, to continue to maintain multilateral coordination that enables governments, but obviously businesses and individuals to navigate these global economic networks. So I do a lot of economic history. And foreign trade as an instrument of national power, this ability to, have power to coerce other states, that has long influenced trade. That's not new. An implicit agreement among the trading community after the Second World War, as many of you know, was to make the post-war general agreement on tariffs and trade. It was still about the securitization of trade. However, an implicit agreement of that was to require states to liberalize trade, to reduce trade restrictions as the rule, and to protect essential security interests as the exception. So to champion trade liberalization is at least a part of the insulation from future war. Any state security concerns were supposed to be carefully presented as trade interests. And so security persisted, but it was not the language by which trade negotiators spoke. And so you have security and trade still remaining deeply interconnected, but the legal framework posed them as antinomies, as separate. So today now we see that security and trade is really pulling against one another, each demanding its own exclusivity. And from that then, that challenges the multilateral trading system. So international trade policies are increasingly reflecting the national security mentality. Unpredictable dynamics, as we've talked about today, in the global economy. This stresses, the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022, additionally in 2014. That fosters insecurity, food insecurity. We also have technological innovation. We have a warming world, the pandemic. That's all altered the prevailing wisdom that international rules foster economic growth. So the United States is taking quite a reactionary, essentially a combative approach to secure its economic and geopolitical interests, but also to weaken competitors in strategically important sectors. So they have to kind of manage both. A lot of this is, of course, because of that interrelationship, but also because of all these exogenous shocks that have been going on in recent years. Now, ultimately, the World Trade Organization is at the service of its members. So the members choose how the WTO can assist them in the development of policies, including resilient policies that are meant to help reconceptualize the operation of national security. The US, however, is choosing to do so and address its trade insecurities through what these essentially blocks, through like-minded alliedships in WTO external talks. So these initiatives may be productive, and we've had a lot of people stress that to you today. Nevertheless, unilateral activities cut starkly against the WTO's multilateral nature. So we have then to talk about how we think about economic security at the WTO, because that's the only way to bring all of the members back into having this open discussion. So we have a series of shocks from Brexit to the COVID-19 pandemic to war. It's all revealed to the world how countries can dominate critical supply modes in this interconnected global economy. One thing we haven't talked about today, and forgive me, I missed the first panel if it came up, was this idea by political scientists Henry Farrell and Abe Newman. They have explained how weaponized interdependence occurs when a state, particularly with asymmetric power relative to other states, can control a networked hub. So that's a supply chain. And what we see here is that they can do so for geostrategic or economic objectives. So you can have these coercive practices in essentially globalized networks. And so globalization enables states with authority to actually have control over these central economic nodes and to weaponize networks, whether to choke off economic supply chains or to collect information. And we've seen lots of examples that those two political scientists have raised, from the internet to some of the semiconductor chains that we've been talking about. So this idea of strategic controls being weaponized has become common parlance by policymakers. So we see Russia's capacity to cut energy supplies to European members in retaliation for Western sanctions, reinforcing how control of energy markets can be weaponized. We see Sabine Weyand discussing about the dependence on Russia and this concern about the weaponization of trade. For some members of the WTO, the security consequences of global economic interdependence requires rethinking entirely of the whole game. For others, only of their domestic policies. So for instance, and this was discussed in the first speaker today, China has begun ramping up its domestic manufacturing through its Made in China 2025, also insisting to have more China-made products built into their supply networks. This challenges the United States' dominance in its semiconductor industry. The United States desires economic leadership in this sector. It's critical to its security, just for advanced semiconductors, but also for AI and all the tech that's associated with it. So the United States has taken a policy response of supply chain resilience, of this idea of resiliency, of prioritizing ties with countries that have a strong adherence to the same sets of norms and values that they do within the global economy. This is what is described as friendshoring, and the expected outcome, of course, is that friends will not unfairly damage the US economy, its economic security. Additionally, though, we see the United States with its plans to spur domestic innovation and manufacturing, with also export controls on China. And this is not only to spur domestic, but also to impair China's manufacturing of advanced semiconductors. So when we have the United States National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, he puts it in this way, that trade controls are a strategic asset in the US and allied toolkit to impose costs on adversaries, and even over time, degrade their battlefield capabilities. And of course, on October 7th, we've seen now the beginning of the Biden administration announcing broad export controls to target China's advanced semiconductor industry. This is in part due to China's civil-military fusion policy. So these controls include novel restrictions on US citizens and firms from selling equipment and critical chip technologies to China, or otherwise supporting Chinese companies in securing these advanced semiconductors, plural. But you also see an extraterritorial element to this that extends to products made outside the United States, but involving US inputs, and that can include design. So the United States plans are adding to these mounting concerns about the resurgence of trade blocs and fragmentation at the WTO. So members have adapted their behavior to address trade and security in complex interdependence, despite the unpredictability of other countries. For the United States, friendshoring has to come with strict controls and supportive domestic initiatives. Now let's think about this within the context of the actual rules at the WTO. Members can invoke security to justify trade restrictions, and they do so frequently. This can range from a variety of topics, from war in Ukraine to cybersecurity. It will entail various regulations and policy responses at different times, and this is what makes it so difficult, because the WTO rules do not set boundaries to any member's prioritization of essential security. So what we see here is that the initial negotiators, that largely were the American delegation at the time making these rules, did not anticipate an expiration date for security-based actions. So WTO rules fail to delineate progress. You are either in the security-justified box or you're not. And so this means that strategic actions can be sudden or they can be slow over time. It can lead to a permanent reframing of trade relations. So now to talk a little bit about what is happening at the WTO. Members raise security much more frequently than I think people think. There was always this impression that the WTO was a place of economics and could not be a place of politics. And in fact, we see members raise this. Russia raises it all the time when any government at the WTO brings up the war in Ukraine, that the WTO is a place of economics. However, we see that there have been over 250 notifications of quantitative restrictions. Those are import or export restrictions raised by governments based on national security requirements. About 16% of quantitative restrictions are invoked because of justifications for national security. Members can raise trade concerns within the WTO committees, and they have done so for a long time. The European Union has raised concerns with respect to China's cybersecurity policies since 2011, as an example. You also, however, see governments raising securities, and including this, China does as well. So for example, in 2019, China raised concerns that it had with Australia's 5G rollout. You have also, on the same time, the United States challenging the United States export control measures that, among other things, barred US companies from buying or using telecom from China. They also, in that meeting, stood up and presented a long critique of how the United States interpreted national security, of how the United States interpretation of national security was pulling all the other members into a particular path, a particular interpretation of national security. They called their approach to national security, their interpretation within the rules, as highly problematic for the other members. The United States declined to comment on that. Nevertheless, the entire membership heard China's concerns that day. So I think what we've seen here then is there are repeated invocations of security at the WTO. Yet security continues to be seen as beyond the scope of the WTO agreements. And ultimately, this increasing securitization of trade is going to pose a lot of problems for both the WTO existentially, but also for its members. And my great concern, I think, with this is that when it comes to security, there may simply be nothing to negotiate about. There may be no predictable rules needed, no level playing field required. And in particular, I'm very concerned with how third parties are getting caught up in other members' disputes, and there's no real understanding there of what to do when it comes to securitized trade policies for that space. I think this leads to a couple of problems, and I'll lay out three, and then I'll close there. But of course, I have prescriptions for them, so if people want to ask me about them, they can. The first is that members have to decide the scope of the exceptions that are found in these current agreements on trade and rules and for goods and services, considering that security may no longer be exceptional. And in fact, what we might see that security trade policies may no longer be reversible. So historians have long challenged the conceptualization of war and security as discrete. They've always stressed that wartime planning tends to be endemic. So what we have here then is this idea that if security is exceptional, that at some point we would have governments go back to some sort of normal. They would restore their reciprocal, mutually advantageous commitments under the WTO. But in fact, what we see now is that the reality is that these security policies are not time-bound. The United States' technological competition with China, for instance, has no clear end. So without any guidance from WTO institutions or from the other members on how understanding that trade security nexus should look, we could have these policies just transition to indefinite. Second, security interests may test the normative foundations of a non-discriminatory, reciprocal-based trade institution. It revives old debates about institutional cooperation and how members may view the global economy in relative terms rather than mutual ones. Bless you. Finally, a potential, and to note about that actually, a potential outcome of the war in Ukraine is that what we'll see is that members may permanently maintain the Western sanctions on Russia, so Russia will continue to participate in the World Trade Organization, but how its role will continue to play out, we don't know yet. And we do know that currently several members are blocking Belarus's membership to the WTO. So this is sort of an example of how we can see the global economy actually fracture into different blocks, even within the institution itself. And I think the problem here is that for many developing countries that worked hard to participate in the multilateral trading system, they may find that the open global economy that they were striving for may no longer exist. And in this case, the membership really needs to think about how to deal with these kinds of severe fractures and determine how it will work within the rules, because the rules certainly did not contemplate these kind of permanent geostrategic trade policies. I think finally, members need to understand how the trade aspects of a security measure are subject to review. And this is where a lot of my prescriptions come out, is in the sense that security is often closed. So there's no transparency. It's often in secretive, closed practices. And so being able to understand the trade ramifications of security policies are very difficult to understand. The complication of that is, of course, that sometimes, as we've seen with the war in Ukraine, is that trade is sometimes the tool for security ends. So typically, for example, in WTO committees, if a government raises a policy that may have trade restrictions, the governments can negotiate and try to work out a possibly less trade restrictive alternative. But in this case, sometimes when it comes to security, maximizing trade pain is the goal. And in that sense, as we see with the sanctions, there may be no alternatives. On the flip side, though, we do see some negotiations. So, for example, when the United States imposed tariffs on steel and aluminum, they were able to negotiate a little bit under pressure, but negotiate with the EU and with Canada and Mexico that were doing their ongoing renegotiation of NAFTA to come up with a solution. So, in sum, the breadth and duration, I think, of some of these security trade measures are what is what we have to deal with at the World Trade Organization. The WTO rests on a firm foundation of transparency, and when it comes to security, that, of course, is the ultimate trade-off. Security tends to be closed, it tends to be confidential. So we need to understand how that can work, not only for these trading relations of friends, but also for the third parties, the developing countries that are waiting to understand how their producers and suppliers are going to fit into this new global economy that the leading powers, this multipolar world, are creating. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mona, thank you all for very stimulating presentation. So I have a, excuse me, I have a set of questions, but I'd like to give a chance to the audience first to raise questions they might have. If not, I'll be happy to break the ice and start with a few questions. Any question there? Yes?
My question is to Sandra Pulaski. I found your talk very interesting in the way in which you described the move away from capital-centered.
Thank you, Marie.
Maybe just speak up.
Maybe I'll just try to speak louder.
Speak louder.
Yeah. So my question was to you. In your talk, you described how trade agreements moved away from being capital-centered to worker-centered. And so I was curious to hear more about the reaction of the U.S. Business community to this move from business from capital to being worker-centered. Because of course one can imagine how big multinational companies like Walmart or Apple and Nike would be against that change and would want to have more free trade agreements. But one can also imagine how small businesses, for instance, would be in favor of that change and bringing more businesses back to the U.S. So I'm curious, how do you think U.S. businesses have responded to the move that you described in your talk?
How about we take a couple of questions? This way our speakers can pick and choose. Are there other questions, or can I add a few? Yes, Frédéric? Thank you for your question, by the way. Yes? Yeah. The mic is coming to you.
Yeah, thank you for those stimulating presentations. I have a question to Sandra Pulaski. You mentioned at some point a subsidy to American-made cars, electric vehicles. Now, how does, and you talked a lot about WTO rules, how does subsidizing American-made cars fit in the WTO?
They're
dictate
WTO legal.
not to subsidize the domestic economy.
Okay. That's a second question. Any other? Yes?
Thank you. From a US perspective, having such restrictions on trade, is it primarily aiming at containing others or having measures benefiting to them? So is it more slowing down the others and bearing in mind that it might also harm themselves? Or is it really to promote their in-house economy? Thank you.
Okay, if I can add a fourth question before giving a chance to our speakers to respond. I would say one question that I think is important for Europeans is how much credibility should we give to this question of friendshoring? And I think that's something that Stéphane and Mona can address, because it seems like, for example, the electric vehicle rule would be against European so-called friends. And so how much credibility is that and how much cooperation versus competition is there under this framework? Okay, so who would like to start? Sandra?
Okay. I'll start then. To the first question that was posed to me about the shift from negotiating protections for capital, protections for labor, the U.S. did not shift away from negotiating protections for capital. I mean, all of those rules are still in place. All of the advantages for capital mobility, investor state protection mechanism, et cetera, with one small exception, which is when the USMCA agreement was negotiated, when NAFTA was renegotiated, that right of private companies to sue governments for the policies that they undertake to protect their environment, their workers, whatever, was eliminated with respect to the US-Canada relationship after 3 years, and was narrowed with respect to Mexico to apply only to the energy sector. So there was a recognition in the US that some of the protection for capital had gone too far, even from a point of view of the US government. But otherwise, in all of the other US trade agreements, they have not been renegotiated. So there's very strong rules protecting capital mobility, capital intellectual property, et cetera, still prevail. The one difference is that the USMCA has now introduced a very strong pro-worker clause. So it's only in one agreement and only vis-a-vis two trading partners. So in that sense, your question about how businesses reacted, they didn't have that much to react to yet. But that said, I would say that with respect to the USMCA and the Mexican labor reforms, the US business community more or less kept silent about the strong demands for labor reform in Mexico, because the demands that the US was making for constitutional and legal change in Mexico had been called for by Mexican academics, Mexican civil society, Mexican independent unions, and notably the International Labor Organization for years. The problems that the US demanded Mexico to correct did not come out of the head of US negotiators. It came out of this body of calls for reform and a very evident problem. So in that sense, the business community, I think, didn't choose to speak up because it would have been unflattering. Compared to the Uyghur Forced Labor Protection Act, at first the US business community was very opposed to that. The idea of guilty until proven innocent, well, one can make some valid criticisms of that. I mean, it's not part of the US justice system normally or anywhere else. They were very critical, but the consensus now in the US, and particularly in the US Congress, about containing China is so strong that when the business community, particularly the apparel, footwear, who were doing a lot of the importation, when they saw the herd approaching, they got out of the way, basically. And now they've tried to slow down the implementation, give us more time to adapt, make the rules a little bit easier to comply with, but they didn't object.
Thank you. Mona?
Yeah, let me say that, so a couple of things. The United States' policy for decades was that security should only be for what they called real security. So I looked at all the negotiations, the internal documents of the United States when they were negotiating these security exceptions in the trade agreement. It didn't really begin with the Trump administration, but it became much louder, much more public with the Trump administration, that security was going to be significantly widened, such that economic security was now a part of how the United States government understood national security. And of course, it's not just the United States. Many governments now see security in a much wider sense. They stress climate security. They stress food security. But I think with the Trump administration, what we saw was this sort of populist by the right of an idea that jobs were being stolen from them, right? And so we see this strong desire to not only bring the jobs back, but what we're seeing now in a shift is also in a way to prevent competition. So it's really difficult to disentangle some of the important labor policies, for example, that Sandra's talking about. And she stressed this, that it's difficult to break that away from an economic nationalist one. And it's something the rules and the WTO are just not good at being able to understand what to do when there's multi-purpose policies that may be trying to bring jobs back and also be about national security or also be about climate. So for example, the Inflation Reduction Act is completely WTO illegal. And that is the first thing the Commission said to the United States. Leaders were saying, you cannot have preferences for Canada and Mexico, which is the rules currently give a greater advantage to Canada and Mexico than they do to Europe. And of course, it benefits everyone to have transatlantic cooperation when it comes to developing electric vehicles and working on climate action. The problem with these ideas, though, is that it gets all caught up together. It's very difficult to break them apart. And it's not clear at this point how the United States is going to negotiate with the EU to give them, for example, these same advantages as Canada and Mexico. And I think this is where it comes into, as soon as I begin hearing Secretary Yellen speaking of friendshoring, and of course, I'm sure that Stefan will talk about the fact that Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland has now advocated for friendshoring as well. My first thought always was, well, what happens when the EU and the United States stop being friends? And I think that this is something that we need to begin to think about, even if it's an uncomfortable topic, because developing these alliedships are, of course, very important, and transatlantic has always been very strong, at least for the past 75 years. So I'm not saying that that might be unbound, but we need to think about it in a different situation. And of course, the United States is an important economic player. They're a mass consumer, mass producer. They're the leader in so many of these technologies, and so they're aware of the problems. It's extremely challenging to deal with a fusion policy that sees civil and military uses for technology that is simply going so fast they can't make rules to regulate it. But at the same time, if there's no coordination, if there's no international discussion of that, that's where the problems happen, particularly when we begin to think about all of the other economies that are caught. So hopefully I've answered some of the questions in that little answer.
Great, thank you. Stefan, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, thanks. On your question on friendshoring, is it something real? In Canada, we've been asking ourselves this question: how real is it? Because as you just mentioned, Chrystia Freeland, our Minister of Finance and Vice Prime Minister of Canada, went about a month ago in Washington to do a speech, a foreign policy speech, where she said that Canada too is interested in building a better relation and friendshoring is trade policy. But the way Freeland proposed it is that she wants to do a separate type of trade agreement with democratic regime, and I'm not sure this is what the United States have in mind when they are talking about friends. Is it a government like Vietnam or Malaysia, or is it just countries like France and Canada? So I'm not so sure that Freeland and Kathleen Yellen are on the same page about that. But it's true that from a Canadian perspective, we were hoping when Biden was elected that things would change, and I don't think it has changed that much. And Canada needs to intervene a lot in U.S. policymaking to make sure that the Canadian that the United States government take into account its NAFTA partners in its decision. So for us, it's a big object of concern.
Thank you. And I would add, if I may, that the Canadian government didn't seem to be a friend for Donald Trump during his presidency, nor was the EU. So as you mentioned,
very few people were.
yeah, that's true. Other questions? Yes?
I have to speak loud. Because it's the COP27, could you say a word about potential or coming or not coming? At least there is reflection ongoing in Europe, at least regarding a carbon tax. Because we talk about trade, so could it be smart, additional tool in the frame, or could it be weaponized? And what are the state of thinking in the different countries you look at?
I don't know if anybody wants to comment on that.
I mean, I think a carbon border adjustment measure is one that the US and the EU are taking quite seriously right now as proposals, and obviously the EU. I think so long as they have the domestic mechanism in place, I think it's all about discrimination. So long as they maintain an even playing field between foreign and domestic, and as well amongst other countries, that non-discrimination element is what I'm looking for and being put into place. And I think that's a question of whether to, the challenges that governments have is they need to spur their own domestic, and they're now battling this, either to diversify their supply chains or reshore them because of the war in Ukraine and also tensions with China and technological competition. And at the same time, they have to work together to work on climate action. And so this is one of the things is that the US, of course, wants to go it alone and to protect its advanced semiconductor, but they also need to work with China on climate action. And so it's a very difficult balance to do. That to me are some of the issues to think about.
Trade security, environment, trilemma. I would say if I could add something that, there's an interesting parallel you can draw with the so-called Green Steel deal that could be, you could argue that it's a first test for a CBAM, and if it's considered to be, and I'd be curious to hear your perspective as a legal specialist, if the Green Steel deal is considered to be WTO legal, could it be a first, because it set a precedent for CBAM, and isn't it, could it be a strategy by the EU to do that?
So let me say that because of China's global overcapacity in steel and aluminum, which were critical to the United States sector, their sectors, both for jobs and also for military use, the Trump administration imposed, I think as all you know, tariffs on steel and aluminum. Now, they did so upon many of their allies, including Canada, I'm Canadian, Mexico, the EU, Turkey, India. Some of these are still ongoing, but the European Union created, as Jean-Baptiste is stressing, a settlement, which was this plan for a joint US-EU steel deal, green steel deal. Now, the terms of that are just not known, so I can't comment on the legality of it. I will say that it was an important negotiation to make, and explains again what I was stressing before about these WTO external diplomatic settlements. So on one hand, that's good, they settled. That's the whole point of the WTO, is to find settlement and to offset trade restrictions in other ways. At the same time, the EU did it with facing ongoing tariffs. So they were doing so from a disadvantage. It wasn't from two like-minded partners coming together and negotiating. It was, how do we get you to take your tariffs off of steel and aluminum? Mm-hmm. So in that sense, that was a difficult one to make. Yeah. To answer you.
And actually, to go in your direction, actually the deal they negotiated with the UK didn't mention at all environmental issues, which shows that the pretense
they took the green out.
Which shows that we should always take these trade, security, environment deals with a grain of salt.
And can I say one thing also for Sandra? One of the key things about this, about understanding the way that people care about how things are made, right? Whether it's done with green technology or whether it's done with forced labor. A lot of that within the rules is addressed with how consumer preferences, and I mean, in addition to the exceptions of human, protection of human health or the protection of people or public morals, whatever it might be, it also comes down to consumer preferences. That's factored into the trade rules. So there are ways to think about these social policies, but I think it very much is, believe it or not, can be a very bottom-up approach if people care about these policies. But security makes everything about security.
I don't know if Stefan or Sandra wanted to add a few words on this question of trade and climate.
No, it's fine. Thanks.
Any other question before we wrap up the panel? Okay. Well, we are on time, 5 o'clock. So thank you very much to all our speakers. I think we can give them a strong round of applause. And thank you all for your great questions.
Thanks, Jean-Baptiste. Merci.